Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the WRF's and Rossotrudnichestvo's 5th annual Multilateral Relations Forum. We are literally going to give it another, we're going to start proceedings at 10 past. So you have time to grab a coffee and do whatever it is you would like to do, but we're going to be starting in about 10 minutes. We are literally just checking all of the live stream and all of the Facebook Live and the YouTube Live. So we'll be recording the forum as well as streaming live to the world, which is pretty awesome. So we're just going to wait for a few more people to come in, and then we'll kick off. But thank you very much, guys. I'm going to grab a coffee. I don't deal well without coffee, so I'll be back in about 1 minute. A very good morning to you all. I think we have more than enough people to start, and of course we get a bit more into proceedings as we move on. So firstly, I would like to extend an incredibly warm welcome to you all. And yes, I'd like to extend an incredibly warm welcome to you all to our 5th annual Multilateral Relations Forum, which brings together friendship societies, cultural organizations, humanitarian groups, businesses, law firms, political interest groups, as well as security concerns. So it's a fascinating forum, and this year, I have to say, really does put an icing on the cake of some 5 years of multilateral relations forums. We started off with around about 100, about sort of 50 people in a room 5 years ago, assessing UK-Russia relations, and the forum has now grown into an important fixture in the international dialogue and diplomacy movement. So I'm really delighted with the numbers we have here today. We have 170 registered attendees, which beats last year, which I'm delighted about. We have 47 speakers from 12 countries. That includes the United States, Bermuda, Belarus, Denmark, Russia, UK, Germany, Austria, Australia as well. We are delighted to be welcoming our colleagues from Australia, and thank them very much for staying up especially late to join us today. So the forum today is a slightly unusual mix for a UK slash Western type of event. We're going for a quick fire 5-minute, 10-minute presentations, verbal presentations. You'll be receiving quite a lot of information from us post the event in terms of speaker presentations and the such. So anything that's slightly more detailed than the view of the 5-minute view of the speakers today will be forwarded out separately. So thank you very much to our distinguished speakers for their patience with that as well. I do appreciate that. But today's format really is a little different. So it's been a funny year for everybody. Let's just put it simply. It's been a challenging year for all of us. And really the aim of today is to highlight and focus on the positive aspects of our multilateral relations. So what do I mean by this? We are focusing not on, we are fully aware as the group, as the Westminster Russia Forum, we're fully aware of the issues that divide our nations politically, but that's not our role. Our role isn't to deal with those problems. And today isn't the format for that. Today is to discuss the positive and equitable elements of our relationship. And that can be everything from, cooperation with regards to charities, NGOs, universities, research and development, sports, culture, humanitarian organizations and missions. And if anything, this year, we should be aiming to work just that little bit closer together. And we are seeing an increased move towards greater cooperation. So that can also extend to the medical field. So the aim of today, although it may appear as a slightly unconventional event format, is to provide a tough, quick-fire, challenging debate based on the key issues that divide us all, that unite us all. So we'll essentially the aim of today's event really is to record for 2020 our record of positive ties and what we can do as organizations to boost trade, cultural cooperation, and all the rest. And that's reflected very much in our lineup of speakers today. We are delighted to have the ambassador with us today. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And we have 46 other speakers, so it's going to be a slightly different event, but one that covers all the bases of a fundamental relationship: legal cooperation, technocratic cooperation, humanitarian cooperation, cultural cooperation, societal people-to-people skills. And that's really where I believe that we should focus our interest. It's quite clear, from a government to government level, sometimes what divides our nation. But what isn't mentioned very often, and we can discuss this in the media panel today, really is the people-to-people ties that our nations enjoy. Today, we're going to be largely focusing on international relations. But just for a few moments before I introduce our first esteemed speaker, I will just say a few words about UK-Russia relations. Clearly there are times when they could have been better, but the fundamental of our relationship, I believe, is very strong. Record numbers of British tourists and others have visited Russia with regards to the World Cup. We've seen in the Winter Olympics. There's a whole bunch of things, and I have friends who have visited Russia for the first time for business or for sport or whatever, and they've had an unbelievable time. And nearly everybody that visits Russia, I think, has this impression. They have an impression before they visit, and the impression they come back with is one that is almost universally positive because of the people. So if anything today, we're really going to be focusing on those positive ties, not glossing over some of the difficulties, because they exist and they need to be dealt with, but identifying all of the other key segments of our relations. So I'd like to start with a few thanks. Firstly, I would like to thank Anton at Rossotrudnichestvo, a wonderful guy, and been a great support with today's event. I would also like to thank all of our partners. We have many partners that have supported this event, and I'm grateful to every single one of them. Particularly our colleagues as well from Germany with the Deutsche Russisch Forum and the Wirtschaft Club, and our friends in Austria and the Bavarian Business Club. We've had some wonderful interactions. Our friends from Australia. We're welcoming today our friend from a new partner from based in Moscow, but he chairs the Russia-America Public Affairs Committee. So we're going to have an interesting debate today, and our partners have really made that key. I would also like to thank all of you for attending, and we have tested the technology. I assure you, it's been rigorously tested, but let's just see how the day goes. We will have a good day. We're going to have a good debate. Everything's being recorded. It's being live streamed. You don't need to take any notes unless you need to. Everything's going to be forwarded to you afterwards. So just a couple of plugs before I move on to our first esteemed speaker. Membership of the Westminster Russia Forum today, for 2021, is 30% off if you book online and put in the code conference. So that's the first little plug, but you're under no obligation to do so. In terms of announcements as well, in 2021, we'll be launching a number of new initiatives, including the British Russia Club, which will be aimed at promoting trade. Today, we're going to be announcing Engage Russia, which is a campaign to highlight the positive aspects of our ties. And we'll also next year be looking to develop the British Russia Public Chamber, which will be aimed at fostering organizational ties. So we have a packed lineup. I think we've heard enough from me for one day. We're going to be quite strict on the timings today. It's 5 minutes per speaker, unless otherwise agreed, and we're going to be sending out afterwards. So we have a packed day. We're going to be finishing up about 2 p.m. this afternoon. And finally, just a small announcement. This evening, we're going to have an untried but an exciting event. We're going to have our digital drinks and networking this evening from 7 p.m. GMT. So everybody is welcome to come and grab a glass of whatever you wish and join us, and have some light entertainment as well. So that's just a way just to close up the show. But without much further ado, it is a great pleasure to introduce His Excellency Mr. Andrei Kalin, Russian Ambassador to the United Kingdom. Ambassador, I'll just bring you in now.
Hello, do you hear me?
Absolutely, yes, thank you.
Okay, great. So just a couple of welcome words in address of the forum, and it's an honor and a pleasure for me, of course, to welcome all participants. And as far as I understand, this forum has proved in the recent 5 years as an independent discussion place, which unites quite a lot of people. Although all those, they have different views, different political conviction, and they are all interested in the Russian politics, in business, in history and culture. And of course, I hope that that all of them are working to strengthen a relationship between Russian Federation and the United Kingdom. Of course, I cannot say, I should say something about coronavirus infection, which has a great impact on all types of forum, including this one. Many events has been cancelled, including the famous Petersburg International Economic Forum, which every year brings together people from more than 1,000 people from 100 different countries. We also had to cancel this year a Russian-British business forum in London. However, we have had quite a good event on business subjects, this type of a business forum on the 2nd of October, and I think it was a success, although a number of participants were quite limited. All of them has said, committed themselves to work in the future productively. Well, you know, and you have mentioned already that political relations are cool, and they continue to be cool, and actually this does not correspond to the demand from public, from business, from peoples of culture. And as for Russian government, I can assure you we certainly are interested in normalizing political contacts and strengthening them. As soon as London will be prepared for it, but we do not want to impose anything on a British establishment, let's put it like that. As soon as they will be ripe, we will be prepared too. In spite of this coolness in political field, I have noticed in a year which I'm working here that there is a big interest among for economical interaction, cultural interaction, continuation of investments, and they continue to flourish. And this is important in bilateral for bilateral relationship. The government of the Russian Federation supports all of this. Against the background of bad political situation, I can assure you that cultural events continues to flourish, and especially in the field of literature, music, choreography, they continue to be popular in the United Kingdom. And recently, with quite a lot of success, we have held cinema festivals of different names. The Week of the Russian Films, Russian-British Cinema Festival, Eurasian Cinema Festival, and all the others. So this all develops, and especially even today, I noticed at least 2 or 3 Russian exhibitions in different museums in Great Britain, including British Museum. With all respect, I found that in the United Kingdom, they consider Russian history, our cooperation during the Second World War, and British officials quite often participate in different events, commemorative events all across England. So together we have marked quite successfully the 75th anniversary of the Second World War. Speaking about the future, the next year, I of course has to say that we understand that after Brexit, after the withdrawal of the United Kingdom from the European Union, we will also need to elaborate a sort of roadmap of the relationship between Russia and the UK, because some of them should be refurbished, some of them put in a different framework, but this work should be done. I'm sure that in spite of these problematic moments we are facing now, and we will expect a more productive cooperation in different fields for the benefit of Russian and British population and work. And I would like to wish all of you productive discussions and successful work today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ambassador, thank you very much indeed for your very kind address to our forum today. I would like to echo much of what you've said. I think there's an awful lot that we can do together that doesn't have to be high politics, and that can be down to culture and the exhibitions. I mean, I once heard a Russian friend of mine say that if the Bolshoi stopped coming to London every summer, it would be a disaster, and that truly would be a freezing of our ties. So we have much more that divides us than unites us. But thank you very much indeed, Ambassador. Thank you for your time. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you. So I would like to now ask my colleague Miriam to introduce our next speaker for the day. Miriam, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Nick. Ladies and gentlemen, first, of course, Your Excellency, very welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guest speakers, lovely to have you here. And thank you very much for your time. It is very much appreciated, and we don't take this for granted. It's a great honor for us that you are here. We really appreciate that. Yeah, it is my great pleasure and honor to introduce to you the next keynote speaker, Dr. Alexander Rahr. He is a research director of the German-Russian Forum Berlin, a renowned Russia expert, and a very famous author. One of his books was Putin Decoded, translated in many, many languages, and I recommend to all of us to have a look at his book. So it is great to have you here, dear Alexander. Yeah, and I would just say, without further ado, the floor is yours. Thank you. We need to
can you listen? Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yeah, we can hear you fine.
I had to get in earlier, but I was switched off by you, so everything is correct. Thank you, friends, and colleagues, for inviting me. It's a great pleasure for me to be with you. In my 10 minutes remarks, as you proposed to me, I'd like to talk, of course, not what divides us, but what connects us and what could connect us even more. And my plea here is in favor of, I would go so far as say, correcting partly the European architecture to make us cooperate more flexible and in a better way. I would like to remind you that in 2021, we will face two very important anniversaries, which we should remind. One is the 80 years of the Hitler attack on the Soviet Union. Remember that it led to the killings of murdering even of 27 million Soviet people in only 4 years. This is a date which I hope will somehow take us back into the thoughts of reconciliation, which was very important for the European mind in the years after the Second World War. And the second anniversary is the 30 year of the demise of the Soviet Union, the resurrection of a new Russian national state, and the emergence of new independent states in Eastern Europe and Eurasia. The so-called Big Wende, which made our world more peaceful, as people thought then 30 years ago, more prosperous, as people thought then. But in my ways, it's also a date on which we have to think on missed opportunities, which we all witnessed in the past 30 years. So what happened 30 years ago? The Paris Charter was replaced by the Yalta World. The Paris Charter replaced the Yalta World Order, the old one from 45. And we all face a chance for a true historical unification of Europe. The German question was solved very successfully. Germany became the integrator of the European Union in the coming years. the strongest economy, and one can say all the political leader in the EU. But Germany failed, in my view, to pay attention inside Europe to solving another very important question, namely the Russian question. The Russian question was not solved. Russia was not integrated in Europe, not even partly, as in my view it should have been happened 30 years ago. Because Germany in Western Europe was also integrated in Western Europe after 45, and it was necessary to reconcile Germany with its neighbors. The same had to be happened with Russia and the East European states, what unfortunately has been neglected in the past 30 years. And the Europe of today has been built on two Western pillars, NATO and the EU, and unfortunately, the OSCE, an organization which, in my view, should have been the third pillar on which the European security, but also the European architecture had to be built, was completely neglected. It's not really functioning today. And the OSCE could have, of course, brought Russia, Ukraine, and many, many other countries which are not members of NATO EU more into the thinking and the creation process inside Europe. Russia agreed in the 90s and even at the beginning of the Putin era to become some associated part with the EU and NATO, but nothing was institutionalized at the time, at least institutionalized properly. In contrary, NATO and the EU have been expanded, and that led, in my view, to the beginning of the conflicts in which we are today. 20 years ago, we have seen in 2000, remember 20 years ago, a design strategy of EU and Russia of the creating of four common space. Everybody has forgotten this already, but this was a very good idea. You know, where Russia could not become member of the EU, but these four spaces could have been created between Lisbon and Vladivostok to bring us together. But in the culmination of this process for 20 years ago, where we moved to each other, was Putin's speech in the German Bundestag in 2001, when he wanted to revive the Ostpolitik of Russia to the West, and the West and to Russia, and the end of Cold War. 15 years ago, we have seen that the East European states all joined the West, and that started to change the mentality, the views, the atmosphere inside the Western institutions versus Russia. Because from many points, understandable, these new members of the EU and NATO came into the West with a lot of negative feelings towards Russia because of history, because of what happened to them during the years of communism. We know of that. But this alienation and this conflict, the wars in Georgia and Ukraine, they could have been, in my view, all been avoided if we would have a clear vision of Europe. We have now two different visions on Europe. I wanted to discuss it at our conference today. We have the vision of the United States, which think that Europe is fine if we have a common transatlantic and European space between Vancouver and Donetsk, including Ukraine, but Russia staying out. And we have a more, I think, historical view on Europe, a common space between Lisbon and Vladivostok, a continental Europe, but including also Great Britain, of course, Turkey, and in a way the United States, but on a common pair and with the Eastern countries as partners and not as enemies. And I repeat myself, it is for me very important, the reconciliation between the Central European states and Russia is the key for future success. Because 5 years ago, we have a serious crisis in Ukraine. The Russian and the EU bureaucracies stopped meeting each other. The summit stopped. We became geopolitical rivals. Sanctions came up, a new Cold War. NATO military infrastructure moved to Russia borders. Russia started maneuver in Kaliningrad. Russia was accused of undermining Western democracies, seen again as enemy. Russia accused the Western of trying to organize orange revolutions on the post-Soviet space. All that doesn't lead to friendship, doesn't lead us to any kind of cooperation, in contrary. And now even Germany is maybe on the brink of breaking in relation with Russia because of the case with Navalny, which is not solved and has a lot of mysteries in this. What to do, in my view? It's coming to the end. What to do? I think we have to stop this new Cold War through new forms of détente policy. For example, in cyberspace. we should all start to think in this way, how to proceed. We have to improve our relations again, and we have maybe to try a new reset. It's a modern world, which can be reset, can be used every time. We know digitalization. It not only one time. It cannot succeed the first time, but it may succeed the second or the third time. We have to readjust European security architecture and maybe get back to the positive thinking of 30 years ago. That's possible, in my view, even under the new generation, which is now in power in every country. Remember the German-French Union of Coal and Steel. Who remembers this? But it's history. It laid in the 50s the groundwork for the upcoming European Economic Union. It brought Western countries together on economic joint agenda. The same has to happen now. We need Europe and Russia a similar huge integration process, and which can bring us together. It could be done through joint digitalization forms. It could be done through, and this is very important for me, I would highlight it, a green deal with the Europeans could make with Russia on new energy technologies, on new alternative energy technologies. That would be less controversial than maybe to deal with oil, gas, and coal business. This is a future. And of course, handling joint challenges from the south of our planet, which are, of course, becoming a dangerous from the south to us, the same way for the Europeans as for the Russians. Practical step, very important. I hope you will discuss it at your conference. Visa-free regime for both sides. And the Russia has done a lot in order to get the visa regime liberalized. From their part, you can travel in 21 to St. Petersburg, to Leningrad Oblast, to Kaliningrad, and even to Moscow without the former visas. And I think the European Union should do the same with Russians. That would help the civil societies to come together. This is the main point for which we have to fight and press our politicians in all countries to go along. And last but not least, last sentence, the UK is leaving the European Union. And here my question to my British friends and colleagues, where are you going? Are you moving closer to US political agenda? And you will become maybe more Russian critical, like the United States? Or are you becoming a separate, maybe, actor on the European continent, parallel to the European Union, which may even help the Europe to define some kind of new visions for Europe? Big question mark. The United Kingdom is and will not be part of this very strong and ultra, I would say, ideologized, value-driven policy of the European Union, which is very strong in Germany today. That gives the United Kingdom, in my view, more flexibility in also dealing with Russia. With that, I want to end, and I hope you will have a very interesting conference.
Thank you very much, dear Alexander. Thank you very much for your very insightful words and the positive note and the constructive note, which is very much appreciated and I think needed more than ever. Constructive approach, constructive criticism, and thank you very much again, dear Alexander, for your keynote speak, your European keynote speak. Thank you very much for your time, and yeah, I will give over to Nick. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Alexander. Thank you. I would just like to say there on the point of Brexit, I think your guess is as good as mine. What's going to happen? I mean, I'm not entirely sure the British government knows exactly what it wants. But I mean, at least the European Union is speaking with one voice. It's speaking with 27 voices. And I really hope that in the next 4 or 5 days, you know, we can have some form of deal, which is absolutely in the interest of all parties. So let's hope that cool heads prevail and we can get over the sticking points and move forward. Because I think having a strong UK is in everybody's interests, economically and in every other side. So we have some slightly bad news in terms of Mikhail Guzman. Sadly, he's currently in the mountains and has a very poor internet connection. So he has tried to log in, is unable to do so. He will try and join later, and that's the great thing about having a digital forum, is that if a speaker can't join straight away, then of course we can always try and bring them in later. We can be flexible with that. So if he can't, I would very much like to pass on his best wishes for the conference, and it is likely that we'll be having some form of coverage in TAS as well, which I'm really delighted to hear. So we will be releasing a press release on that point. So I'll leave you with his points. I'd also like to say that the British ambassador to Moscow, Deborah Bronnert, also sends her very best wishes for the conference today. She had a conversation last week, and she was very supportive of the initiative, but sadly, due to scheduling commitments, couldn't make it. So thank you very much. So we can be flexible with timings. Miriam, over to you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so we will go directly to our next speaker, which will be Dr. Alexander Neu. I, as the European representative of the Westminster Russia Forum, succeeded in bringing Dr. Alexander Neu on board, which is a great honor. We appreciate very much, especially when officials come on board. And yeah, so little something to Dr. Alexander Neu. He is a member of the German Bundestag and the Defense Committee. He is also an Eastern European Commissioner for Germany and member of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. So, Alexander, please unmute your audio, and the floor is all yours. And for the keynote, the view from Germany. Thank you very much, dear Alexander.
Hello, Miriam. Hello, colleagues. So I'm pleased to get the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Alexander Neu. I've been introduced by Miriam. So the title of my speech is Germany and its role in NATO towards Russia. Let me begin with a look in the past, in the 90s. The Cold War was over. At least we believe this. And the ghost of a new era in Europe dominated the thoughts of the ordinary people in Europe. The so-called Charter of Paris has been signed by all European countries, including Canada and the United States of America. And the idea of a common European house seemed to be pretty close to us. Peace, security, stability for all countries in the territory of the agreement. Now security at the expense of other states and so on. But this really good idea and concept remained at the status of a nice idea. It had never a real chance. Because the United States and NATO considered itself as the winner of the Cold War, and they wanted the prize for the victory. The world order, the American world order, as the former US President George W. Bush Sr. proclaimed in 1991. The result was the Charter of Paris died. In that moment, it entered into force. No chance for it. What about Germany? Germany was one of the biggest winners of this new era, the post-Cold War era. The German reunification and even the Soviet Union presented Eastern Germany almost for free. The Soviet Union made even a further concessions, reunification that Germany could remain in NATO as a full member. On the other hand, NATO will not extend eastwards, so the promise by the Americans and the Germans. Under these circumstances, we could assume a special relationship between Germany and Russia. But how special was and is this relationship? First of all, Germany never decided anything against NATO, US-led NATO, since then. Germany supported finally the extension of NATO of all Eastern European states, with the exception of Ukraine and Georgia, until today. Germany acted already in 1991 directly against Russian interests regarding the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Yugoslavia, even as a driving force in destroying Yugoslavia, including the NATO attack against Yugoslavia in 1999. In 2001, Alexander Ra mentioned already, in 2001, Russian President Vladimir Putin held a speech in the German Bundestag. He offered a comprehensive cooperation with Germany and with Europe. He stretched his arm for cooperation in Europe. But apart from one opportunity, Germany rejected the Russian offer of cooperation. The only one really cooperation in security matters was the coordinated resistance of Germany, Russia, and France against US aggression to attack Iraq in 2003. This was the only coordinated action between Germany and Russia and France. But in 2005, the new election took place and the new government formed by Angela Merkel came into power and is still in power. And the German-Russian relationship became worse and worse since then. A lot of incidents took place, like the war in Georgia 2008, the turmoil in Ukraine with support by the West, in particular Germany, including a successful coup to change the regime in Kiev, and the following integration of Crimea done by Russia, and the war in eastern Ukraine with support of Russia on one side and the West on the other side. Dear colleagues, a new Cold War is not emerging, a new Cold War is already existing. A Cold War between the West, including Germany and Russia, is going on. Germany is not a special partner of Russia anymore. Later, since the incidents in the Ukraine. What is now the future? Germany is one of the driving forces inside NATO against Russia and against a good European-Russian relationship. The so-called transatlantic fiction in the German government, in the German parliament, in the German media dominates the policy. In particular, after the US election with the new elected President Biden, the German foreign and German defense ministers compete in the voting to the new US administration. Promptly, the new NATO paper, the so-called NATO 2030, United for a New Era, analysis and recommendations of the reflection group has been published end of November this year. The chapter dedicated to the relations with Russia says a lot regarding the self-image of NATO and the contemplated future of NATO-Russia relationship. I will just quote some sentences to deliver a first impression. It is said, I quote, after the end of the Cold War, NATO attempted to build a meaningful partnership with Russia based on dialogue and practical cooperation in areas of common interest. But Russia's aggression against Ukraine and Georgia, followed by its ongoing military build-ups and assertive activity in the Baltic and Black Sea regions, in the Eastern Mediterranean, Baltic, and the High North, have led to a sharp deterioration in the relationship and negatively impacted the security of the Euro-Atlantic area. Russia has violated a number of major international commitments and developed an array of conventional and non-conventional capabilities that threaten both the security of individual NATO allies and the stability and cohesion of the alliance as a whole. Looking out to 2030, Russia will most likely remain the main military threat to the alliance. Dear colleagues, I think I don't need to comment this special interpretation of reality performed by NATO now. But at least I have expected a single word about NATO shortcomings, a single word of critical self-reflection by NATO, but nothing happened. Back to Germany, the German defense minister, Ms. Kramp-Karrenbauer, explained it recently in German parliament. Germany has to act from a position of military power in a good German tradition against Russia. This so-called good German tradition led to 2 world wars in the last century. So this is not a good perspective. And the most possible black-wing government in the future will even worse the German-Russian relationship. Sorry for my pessimistic view regarding the relations to Russia, but this view is pretty realistic at the present and for the foreseeable time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Alexandri. Thank you very much for your very strong, powerful speech. Yeah, I have to apologize because I forgot to mention that you are, of course, member of the Bundestag of the Left Party. So I think I left that out. My apologies. Yeah, thank you very much. I think maybe I leave it to our to the British side to maybe have a few comments on German view of Dr. Alexander Neu. So Nick, please take over. The floor is all yours.
Sure, Dr. Alexander, thank you. I think your view of German-Russia relations generally mirrors that of official UK-Russian relations as well, particularly in the military, security and political sphere. I mean, I can't really see there be much movement there for now. However, you know, who knows? Who knows how the world will emerge from this point? So, but thank you very much indeed. Just a note to all of our attendees: if you have any particular questions for the speakers so far, please do pop them in the chat box. Your name already comes up, so that's fine. But if you do have a specific question and it's directed towards a specific speaker or to us or whatever, please pop that in and we'll do our very best to come back to you. So thank you very much. Now, it's a great pleasure to introduce our next speaker. That's Mr. Anton Morozov, who is a deputy of the State Duma and works within the International Affairs Department. Mr. Morozov, the floor is yours. I will just unmute you. Okay, ask to unmute. Okay, we can hear you.
Distinguished delegates and organizers of this important event, it's my great pleasure to greet all the participants of the conference from Moscow, Russian Parliament, on behalf of our International Committee and the fraction of Liberal Democratic Party of Russia that I represent. I believe that it is important to establish a constructive dialogue on the issues of Russian-Western relations and to discuss all the controversial topics of modern international agenda. Unfortunately, now Russian-British parliamentary dialogue is suspended because of the number of political reasons and measures. However, we plan to send a delegation of our Liberal Democratic Party fraction to London next year to find the possibility to resolve some controversial issues at the basis of mutual respect and understanding. The world is facing so many global challenges, such as COVID-19 pandemic, terrorism expansion, climate change, poverty extermination, implementation of the United Nations 2030 Sustainable Development Plan, and so on. Thus, I believe it's not the right time to build a world of sanctions, illegal restrictions, and misunderstanding. We need to be united to successfully overcome all global difficulties and challenges. For example, I have a personal experience of fighting with COVID-19 pandemic. Being a participant of the investigation of Russian new vaccine against COVID-19 Sputnik V, I was vaccinated twice in October and November and did not experience any side effects. Recently, I passed a test in an independent laboratory that demonstrated a significant increase of antibodies IgG in my blood from almost 0 to 120 units. It proves that the vaccine is working. Russia is ready to supply our new vaccine to other countries that can be our strong contribution to the global fight against COVID-19. Of course, here in Russian Parliament, we implement a lot of work related to our European partners. We have connections with many countries on the bilateral basis. Yesterday, I had a meeting with the ambassador of Ireland here, and recently we also had a meeting with our partners in Ireland in the Irish Parliament. I'm the coordinator of Russian group of friendship with Ireland. Also, on the basis of our international committee, recently we conducted a dialogue with our Italian parliamentarians. And as you know, we have a very good relations with Germany and German parliamentarians as well. On the basis of our bilateral consultations, we can say that it is a possibility to find a solution for all controversial issues that we have now on the table. And I hope that your event and our participation will make a great contribution to the process of restarting of our relations with Europe and establishing a good way to resolve all problems. I wish all the delegates a fruitful work, and you always may rely on Russian Parliament, International Committee, and our fraction of Liberal Democratic Party of Russia. Thank you very much for your attention.
Anton, thank you very much indeed. And we'd be delighted to work with you and welcome you next year to the UK. If there's anything that we can do, please, get in touch, and we'd be happy to assist. And speaking of the the Russian State Duma, I was delighted to attend the State Duma Forum last year, the International Duma Forum in Moscow, and it was a great experience. So I had a wonderful trip and a visit around the chamber, and met many delegates, and it's a very impressive place. So and also met some of your colleagues who we'll see a little bit later on. But thank you very much indeed for a great talk there, and we'll now move on to. Okay, that's not a problem. So one right. Okay, do we have Natasha from the IPA? Natalia? Richard Sackler. Let's try and move on. Richard, do you mind coming forward a few moments?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning, Richard. How are you?
I'm well. Good. Lovely to
welcome,
and lovely to be with you all at this occasion. My talk is billed as an academic intervention, so I will comment on some of the earlier presentations, because quite clearly the international affairs are in some sort of deep impasse. We mentioned the NATO document. We've seen how much talk of a second or new Cold War. So what I want to do is just perhaps to put out some ideas of how we can understand why international politics is as it is today. So, and basically commenting on some of the earlier papers in particular. So my first point is that quite clearly, we have two visions of Europe contesting at the moment. And this goes back all the way to the very start of the post-Cold War years, 1989, when it was quite explicit. We had on the one side, Mikhail Gorbachev's idea of a common European home, but that in itself was just part of a larger tradition. We could call it Gaullist, if we like, for going back to Charles de Gaulle's speech back in in 1959 about Europe from all the way to the Urals and so on. So we have this vision of a pan-continental unity, which includes different systems. So it's actually value pluralism or ideological pluralism, but a continent committed to peace and development and cooperation, developing the themes of Helsinki, Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. So this model was a very sort of open-ended, both institutionally and ideologically. This model which later on Vladimir Putin called, and others, Greater Europe, Большая Европа. So this idea including Turkey and Ukraine and so on. So it would have been a comfortable way for everybody to live together, and it would have avoided the necessity of choice, that countries have to choose to align themselves with one or the other, which is basically just a continuation of Cold War thinking. Then we had an alternative model. The second model is the one that George W. Bush articulated very early on, which people don't know. Clearly, the speech is later in Congress, but early on, his first speech in Mainz in 1989, it was the notion of, and it was called Europe Whole and Free. Now, Europe Whole and Free is obviously a good thing. Who's against it? But what we now saw in the memoirs of George W. Bush and Brent Scowcroft, National Security Advisor, published a few years later, is that they had a fascinating discussion in which they very explicitly said the United States needs to seize the ideological initiative away from Gorbachev and his upstarts, the Soviet Union, and so on. And so this was a quite explicit alternative to that other model of a more pluralistic, open-ended, both institutionally and ideological post-communist Europe. And so this Europe whole and free, then, of course, in the Charter of Paris and everything else, as I said, it embeds very fine normative principles, but at the very heart of it, there is a power dimension. I now recently call it the politics of dominion. Others would call it hegemony. It was quite clearly the combination of norms and power. And so this then became tied to the development and expansion of the Atlantic power system. Its institutions include obviously NATO and European Union, unfortunately, became part of it. Of course, it is bigger than that, but at the same time, it became part of this expanding dominion of a power system and a normative system. So we got to sort of a type of liberal imperialism, the expansion of ideas, which an idealism, which meant, of course, that those at the receiving end of this enlargement were treated as wayward children who have to improve themselves, have to change themselves, to adapt to this expanding reality. So this is the underlying tension, it seems to me, today. And this has been the issue for 30 years, this underlying tension between two models, not just of Europe, but two models of how politics should work. And this second model, this enlargement model, rather than the first model, which was based on transformation, that everybody would change after communism, including Russia, but even the West itself. But they said, why on earth should we change? We won the Cold War, so we are the winners. But this has been what's been feeding into it. So that's my first point. Two models of Europe, two models of politics, and the second model, the expansive model, ultimately undermines the very basis of diplomacy. Because diplomacy is about give and take. It's about the recognition of the legitimacy and the validity of different ideas. But of course, if you assume that you've won, and if you assume that everybody else simply has to adapt to that victory, then what sort of diplomacy can you have? What sort of dialogue can you have? Of course, there is no basis for it. And so all you expect is the other to change. So that's my first point. There's two contending models of politics, both institutionally and everything else. This, and my second point, very briefly, a few people have mentioned the new Cold War. Now, I agree with what they've said, but I'd like to slightly frame it in a rather different way. And I would argue that we're now into a second Cold War. And literally second, I use the word second because I want to distinguish the second. People say, look, this is very different from what it was in the first Cold War, or the Cold War. And of course it is. But what I'm arguing is that the second Cold War differs from the first in the same way that the Second World War differs from the First World War. And there's a connection between the two, because the way that the First World War ended, with Germany outcast, humiliated, a sense of grievance and so on, led to what E.H. Carr calls a 20 years crisis. And that in the interwar years, ultimately, no fundamental questions of European security had been resolved. And today, I argue, after the end of the first Cold War in 1989, for 25 years, we had a 25 years crisis in which, again, none of the fundamental questions of European security were resolved. because of the points I've just made above earlier about the two European visions, as it were. So none of this. And so from 2014, we entered, I mean, of course, these dates are arbitrary, but nevertheless, I think they're helpful just to establish staging posts. The Second Cold War formally begins in 2014, after 25 years, with Ukraine and so on. But it has been obviously on the cards for so long before, just like the Second World War, 1939, was, everybody was expecting it for at least a decade before that. So we've had the Second Cold War, but what is different in the Second Cold War is that the actors, of course, are different, the ideologies are different, the spatial organization of the Second Cold War is different. For example, I'm now recently arguing that in the Second Cold War, there's a number of phases, just as there were in the First Cold War. And the first phase was very much focused on the contradictions between Moscow and the Atlantic power system, Brussels, Berlin, London, Washington. So the Atlantic power system and Moscow was the key contradiction in the first phase of the Second Cold War. However, this phase is now giving way to the main emphasis, and in fact, the emphasis for the next few years will be the contradiction between Washington and its allies and Beijing and China. And China doesn't build blocks, but it's that is the main one. And therefore it leads to fundamental choices that Russia has to face, which is, of course, alignment with Beijing. And the question, no one can avoid this now, that the huge power of, just like in the First Cold War, no one really wanted, I mean, India and the non-aligned movement, no one really wanted to be caught up in this vast magnetic field of the bipolar confrontation between Washington and Moscow. Today, no one can avoid this huge magnetic, powerful force field emerging from this new bipolar system. I'm afraid multipolarity hasn't been achieved. And now then the question of all states is how they will align along these two new powerful magnetic fields, and the contradiction between Moscow and the Atlantic power system continues. And there is no way in which it can be resolved in the immediate future. And that means that the only way forward for Moscow is closer alignment with Beijing. We saw that just a few short time ago at the Valdai Discussion Club, and Sasha Alexander was there. And when Putin was asked about the possibility of a military alliance with China, and he said, yes, it is possible. Now that's a huge step. Alignment is one thing, alliance is another. So that's my second point, that ultimately the Second Cold War, and if we discuss it in those terms, we can see the differences and similarities with the First Cold War. But unfortunately, the problematique of Cold War has not gone away, as several speakers said, and that is the institutional and the ideological confrontation between one system and another, both of which consider themselves normatively and morally better than the other, or not better, but such like. And that takes me to my third point, and that will probably remember my final one, and that is how to understand the really big picture at the moment. What I'm arguing is that really, again, to build on my first point, that the international system today is divided between a number, but two main types of politics. On the one hand, we have the view advanced by Beijing, Moscow, and indeed New Delhi, Indonesia, and many other countries, and that is the model of sovereign or conservative internationalism. This builds on the international system established in 1945 at Yalta, the United Nations system, modified a bit at Helsinki in 1975. But the fundamental principles of national sovereignty, accompanied by human rights, but within the framework of sovereign conservative states. This is one model of vision of the international system. This is the international system we're living in today. It's an international system which took over from the failed Versailles system in 1919, the Congress of Vienna system of 1815, and so on, and they build on each other. So this is that first model, a traditional model, a conservative, sovereign, internationalist model. And I stress it's not just about sovereignty, it's also about internationalism, about people working together as independent subjects, but cooperating. And United Nations is a model of that. And all of its agencies, the World Health Organization, the development programs, and today on specific issues like environmentalism, the COP process that's going to be in Glasgow next year, all these things, they can cooperate. However, there's a second model, which was born already, you could say, the Wilsonian internationalism all the way back to 1919 and earlier, of course. And this second model is the model of the liberal international order, which is an order within the international system. But what happened after 1989 is that order, the Atlantic power system, which calls itself after 1989 the liberal international order, that's a combination of normative values and of a power system centered on Washington and its allies, that this claimed to be universal. The liberal international order, in other words, substituted for the international system. And that's why Washington and some of its allies are now increasingly critical of the United Nations, because that is the pinnacle of that system of sovereign internationalism. And it really annoys Washington and some of the other states when it weakens and constrains and limits their ability to act with impunity. And indeed, they talk about rules-based order. And as Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, constantly says, why not stress international law? You talk about rules-based order and you just make up the rules as you go along, as they suit you, as we saw in Iraq and Libya, etc. So this is the contestation which we're involved in at the moment, this huge tension between models and visions of world order. And hopefully that my few words will help. I'm also working my way through the jungle of different concepts and ideas, but I hope that this gives some sort of a framework in which we can have analysis. And indeed, once we can understand the situation, we can help and start working towards ameliorating it. And that, of course, is the aim of this conference now. So I hope that will be helpful. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sakwa. That was a great speech. And apologies, I just jumped straight in to your speech without properly introducing you. So please forgive me. But Professor Richard Sakwa is Professor of International Relations at the University of Kent. And I have to thank Professor Sakwa. It was one of his books. It was his Introduction to Soviet Politics book. It was a red one. They've got me hooked on Russian and Soviet politics as a young undergraduate. So thank you very much. But I think a number of themes are coming through here. And what we'll be doing shortly after the event is putting together a report with some of the key takeaways that we can share. And that's that we are in the grip of a new Cold War, hopefully different in temperament to the previous. But thank you very much. Thank you, Richard. A great speech. Any points or questions anybody would like to make? Again, please pop them down into the side text comment. But it's now a great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Natalia Kulakova, who is chair of the Social and Cultural Commission of the International Police Association of the Russian Federation. So I will ask you to unmute. One moment, and I will introduce you in. Sorry. Technology, eh? But so far, so good.
All good. We are doing fine. So far.
Ask to unmute. Okay, Natalia, it's a great pleasure to introduce you. You should be unmuted.
Yes. Hello,
Welcome.
dear colleagues. Hello. Hello, nice to see you here. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do. Hi, Natalia. The floor is yours.
Yes, hi, Nicholas. So is it possible to move my floor for a little bit because I just have a meeting now?
Sure. Yeah. We can. Yeah, just let us know when you'd like to
Yes.
come back in, and we'll fit you in later. Not a problem.
Thanks.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Okay, thank you.
Natalia. Okay, so
I think we start with our first working panel.
yeah, we can do. Let's just see if there are any questions. Do any of our panelists have any queries or questions? If you do, please you can raise your hand on the Zoom thing, and it flags up. We have Philip Owen here. Philip? Right. Okay, guys, bear with us. This is the point of live events. Nothing is quite what it seems, but we are getting there. Ask to unmute. Philip, can you unmute, please? Hi, Philip.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Shall we, before we move into the working panels, shall we just explain to the delegates and introduce the campaign, Engage Russia?
Right, I thought that was going to be this afternoon.
Well, it is, but as we have
Yes.
other people here, perhaps we could, because we have a few moments before the next panel starts. So,
Yes. Just a moment, I need to put some notes up.
yeah.
I would have had this prepared, of course.
Not a problem. Sorry, I put you on the spot there. I've done it.
Yeah, I think we are being very, very spontaneous, but I mean, we have just a few spare minutes, so not too long, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. The next panel starts in 14 minutes.
This should take around about 7 to 10 minutes, so it covers it very nicely, I think.
Yeah, brilliant.
If everybody is still with us after that break, I'd like to talk about our rebranding exercise, which we're starting as a campaign that we are calling Engage Russia. I'm speaking to you twice today. This is the organizational aspect of it. I'm talking about trade again later. Why do we need to change the brand? Firstly, the Westminster Russia Forum is quite a neutral brand, and British journalists in particular have been using the fact that it is not quite explicit to have investigative journalists looking at us and saying we are a secretive organization lobbying on behalf of the Russian embassy or whatever. And I think rebranding and having a name like Engage Russia takes away half of that negative argument when they discuss us. So we need a new name. We need a new name that deals with it's a conspiracy ideas that are put forward sometimes by the journalists. So why do we need to engage Russia? I think we need to state what those reasons are too. If it went without saying, very few of us would be at this conference. I'll describe this.
Please, because we continue, let's just, I think we failed to introduce Philip properly. Nick, if you would introduce Philip properly.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Miriam. Philip is Deputy Chair of the Westminster Russia Forum and soon to be the Chair of the Wales Russia Forum, which I believe will be coming. That could be a separate announcement for another day, but that's coming in the near future. So Philip is on the committee of Westminster Russia Forum. He's a key part of the team and very much behind the idea of the campaign Engage Russia. So it's excellent. And he will also be speaking a little later.
Yeah, and my motivation is I'm a trade consultant. But yes, I'll describe this branding into these reasons for why we need to engage Russia in terms of British and EU self-interest. But I'm sure most of you listening have other motives than self-interest for getting involved. I mean, in my own case, When I set up my own business in Russia in 1994, my motive was to turn Russian swords, explicitly laser-based missile guidance systems, into plowshares, explicitly laser-based devices for modeling the structure of the eye before surgery. There was some success, but this has gone horribly into reverse in recent times, and the military aspects of the Russian laser industry have become more and more predominant again. So first of all, we need to engage Russia because it has nuclear weapons. Those weapons are controlled by people who have been trained to see foreigners as threats before all other considerations. We need to engage Russia simply to make sure that mistakes don't happen. And we also need, we being the UK and the EU, to stick with our own interests. You know, not the next Hillary Clinton, who had strong financial links to Ukrainian oligarchs. As I noted in the chat, there are very senior British security officials who, when they talk about work, talk in faint American accents. We need to engage Russia on nuclear stability, and we need to engage Russia on our own terms, not just those of the US. Crime is another issue. The UK is full of Russian white-collar fraudsters, tax avoiders, failed politicians, albeit they may face selective justice, and so on. These exiles put substantial resources into anti-Putin political and media influence. The relationship between Boris Johnson and the new Lord Lebedev of Siberia being a case in point. Somehow, this gets translated as Putin's influence when focused through the lens of our mass media. So there's another issue that we need to engage about. We can also protect some of the most damaged people in the UK and the EU society by better engagement with Russia. Let me tell you about traveling by train. Traveling by overnight train in the Spokojny wagon is an excellent way to meet middling and sometimes senior people in Russian society. On the whole, once they've got over their astonishment at meeting a foreigner traveling unaccompanied on the train, they can't wait to tell you about their work. For example, I once spent an interesting evening with an FSB colonel visiting Saratov. He was a specialist in heroin smuggling. Heroin from Afghanistan goes to Central Asia. Uzbekistan exports fruit and vegetables to Russia. Their customs service dogs can't smell the heroin because the smell of the fruit and vegetables is overwhelming. Most of this heroin isn't sold in Russia, but moves on into the EU and the UK. More intelligence about the receiving end would help with a higher level of interception of the heroin in transit. Certainly so I was told by an expert. I'll tell you about the tank fitter taking long leave to go to the Donbass border another day, but it is clear our journalists and our diplomatic staff do not spend enough time traveling on trains. Cybercrime is another area where to engage Russia would help hugely. It used to work. William Hill was once threatened with a distributed denial of service attack on Grand National Day about a decade ago. Andy Crocker, a detective with the National Cybercrimes Unit, worked with a Russian team to track down, charge, and prosecute the organizer of the attack, who was incidentally based near Saratov again. This would be impossible to contemplate now, but it was done, only once, but it was done. The model is there. It worked at the time. It's not happening now because it's all mixed up with accusations of spying, etc., etc. And they do blend, but let's engage and separate the two. So let's turn to my specialty trade. I help foreign companies find a route to market or an investment route into Russia. As previous attendees know, I use the well-proven gravity model of trade to show trade potential. Essentially, distance matters more than size. Russia is the UK's third largest trade partner, measured by potential. Only the US and the European Economic Area come ahead. It goes the other way. The UK is Russia's largest trade partner, third largest trade partner by potential. Again, only the US and the EEA come ahead. The UK is ahead of China in this case. Distance matters. It's a long way from Moscow to Peking. Our mutual underperformance amounts to 26 billion pounds a year, which translates to 10 billion pounds a year lost taxes. That's more than the gross cost of EU membership, which we have found so onerous and such a subject of vigorous discussion. And it's there waiting to get, waiting just for proper engagement and cleaning up. And it's not just trade, it's culture. In the 1990s, S4C, the Welsh language television channel, made the best part of a dozen animation programs with various Russian companies. Somewhere still on YouTube and the internet, you can get the Mabinogion in Russian, Welsh, and English. My experience trying to set up more recent productions suggests trust has broken down, particularly on the Welsh side. This is a pity because, as my regular followers will know, I'm a fan of Masha and the Bear. There was in the past a Russian ballet company based in Swansea. Mostly they were dancers from the Kirov. They shriveled away due to lack of sponsorship. I'm sure a group like this, with a stronger culture of engaging Russia, might have found them channels to better financing. There are a host of Russian companies looking at floating on the London Stock Exchange that would like to sponsor and get their name shown, for example. And we should engage with those companies via organizations like, for example, the Association of Independent Directors. As goes culture, so does science. The UK media has gone out of its way to put a negative spin on the Russian virus testing procedures. They have also gone out of their way to avoid discussing why the Gamaleya vaccine was delivered on 2 adenovirus carriers and why there might have been such a serendipitous accident with the half-dose AstraZeneca tests. That's a long discussion for another time, but rivalry rather than perhaps cooperation has resulted in less than optimum turnout in both cases. They could both have helped each other. Britain is about to become an isolated middle-sized power. There are others, Russia, Japan, Turkey. Our interests are going to increasingly align with these countries, not the major powers, the EU, the US, or China. We will need to engage with Russia to build our diplomatic alliances on international issues such as trade and climate, where the US or China may have very different interests. So what can we do? In the case of the Westminster Russia Forum, we rebrand as Engage Russia, so we don't sound neutral, and journalists can't easily put a negative spin on our interest. We need to develop a USP, a unique selling proposition that can explain why to engage Russia at less length than I just been through. So what the Americans call an elevator pitch. So when you are talking to somebody, you have something that you repeat again and again and again, about a paragraph long when seen in print, explaining why we engage Russia, and we need to get to do that. We can provide an umbrella group for groups, so then there are events outside London, using the technology we have now. I'm building such a group in Wales. The success of this online conference suggests a model. We might have a physical conference and a virtual conference 6 months apart every year, which would allow a lot more participation. I think we're stumbling into this one, and many thanks to Miriam for organizing Germany, but we can do a lot more with a virtual model. I'm almost finished. 3 more points. A marketplace of ideas. We should be holding book days. There are lots of books published in a number of languages on Russia. We should collect them. We should also lobby for UK journalists and embassy staff to travel around Russia by train. They would understand the company better. And finally, we should list, and this is a big point, we should list the sources of negativity on both sides. When you can see the dragon, it gets smaller. And this is something for a longer discussion. But when we have a list of the Henry Jackson Institutes and the IEAs and the specific journalists, it's actually a tool for other journalists to use to explain why there is the negativity towards Russia that we do see. Thank you for staying with me. This was to be delivered at a different time, but we have it now.
Thank you very much,
Philip, thank you for that. And actually, apologies for putting you on the spot there. We just had 10 minutes to put through. And actually, speaking of media, I mean, I use that little anecdote for the media panel because I've been the subject of a couple of bits with a bias, so it's all good fun. But Philip, thank you very much as well for outlining what the Engage Russia campaign will be about, and that will become a core tenet of what we're doing with the Westminster Russia Forum moving ahead. So thank you very much for that. And just on that one last point before we hand over to Miriam, we've got one of the best, I have to say, one of the most interesting comments has just come up. As a serving infantry officer, I like the ideas of nuclear weapons being turned into plowshares. Soldiers always have a deep suspicion of the other side, but invariably always get on with each other when they meet face to face. I've met some truly great Russian Federation military officers. That's
I'm sure the tank fitter I met on the train on the way to Donbass would have had a very good conversation with a British tank fitter.
Absolutely. Thanks very much, Philip, and thanks, guys. Right, so I'm now going to hand over to Miriam. Miriam, I'll make the host in just a moment. We're moving over to what we now call the working panels. So these are going to be the quick fire, 5 minutes. Jump straight in to really assessing the key points of our relationship. So we have some wonderful speakers coming up, and I would like to introduce Miriam. So it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Nick. Thank you again, Philip. I hope all our panelists are there. Yeah, because this is our first working panel, and I will be your host for this panel. The panel's title is Assessing the Future of East-West Relations, the Global View. We would start with Nick, somebody likes to enter. Could you? Okay. We would like to start with Mr. Anton Morozov, the Deputy of State, Duma for in the International Relations Department, and he comes from Russia. He would give the first 5-minute statement in this panel, and dear Mr. Morozov, if you are there, unmute, and the floor would be all yours. So, Nick, have you given him the...
No, Miriam, you need to you need to unmute. You need to click on unmute.
Okay, so he can unmute? Does he have the...
No, you just click, can you unmute? And then it should then come up.
Okay, wonderful. So, Anton, apologies. I hope we didn't... Mr. Anton Morozov.
Well, he spoke just now, so maybe try another speaker.
Okay, no problem there. We can do that. We have to be spontaneous, you know. The Zoom, course requires spontaneity. So, so let's get straight to Mr. Christo Visser from Australia. Very happy to have you here. He is president of the Australia-Russia Dialogue. Mr. Visser, I just will find you now so I can unmute you. Okay, you can unmute now, Mr. Visser.
Good evening, everybody. Greetings from Australia. and it's very nice to speak to you all this evening. It's almost 7 p.m. in Perth, in Australia, and it was quite a warm day, unlike probably Europe, where today we were plus 36 degrees, which is quite nice. Look, I'm just going to take a little bit of time. I was hoping to share a presentation. Doesn't seem to be able. But as mentioned, I'm the president of the Australia-Russia Dialogue. In Australia, obviously, we're very similar to the Westminster Russia Dialogue. We were formed in 2012 for exactly the same principles, and that is to promote, and facilitate trade between Australia and Russia, to try and strengthen the investment and scientific ties between Australia and Russia, and to exchange technology between Australia and Russia. We're apolitical, and our patrons are the Australian ambassador to Russia and the Russian ambassador to Australia. In terms of, the sectors that Australia and Russia have pretty good ties, obviously it's mining and metals because, of our huge resource base between the countries, petroleum and energy, education and agriculture. But for those of you on the call, especially the colleagues from Russia, would know that both countries depend highly on the export of energy and resources, and it's a very important revenue stream or earner of GDP for the countries. Australia and Russia also compete in very regards to the supply of LNG and exports to the Asia Pacific region. But I think all in all, we had meetings with the Australian ambassador to Russia recently, the Russian ambassador to Australia. I think one of the biggest challenges for a country like Australia in terms of improving trade with Russia constantly is just the influence of sanctions. On Russia, it makes it really difficult for entrepreneurs in Australia, makes it sometimes very difficult for businesses who want to do work in Russia, want to export to Russia, who want to visit Russia. Just the political umbrella over all of this is sometimes a very painful task that companies sometimes don't feel, they think there's an easier way to go and sell their goods and services than selling it to Russia. The company that I work for, we've sold our services to Russia for the last 5 years. We've got an office in Russia. So for me, I think Russia boasts a lot of potential, especially for professional services companies. And from what we could ascertain and based on experiences, there is a huge demand in Russia for specifically Western technology. Especially in the minerals and metals and resources space that I represent. So I think that's a good 5-minute introduction in terms of what we do and who we are. And we would like to collaborate, with all similar institutions around the world to promote trade between the various countries and Russia, because I think, Russia is a huge market that is sometimes kind of left to the side. We tend to sometimes just focus on Asia. Thank you, Nicholas. Thank you, Miriam.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Christo. Yes, you are very welcome to collaborate, to put forward new ideas for collaboration. We are very well connected in Europe, and we would be more than happy to include Australia in our efforts to further ties with Russia, because it's in all our interests. And thank you very much for your very fiery speech. Thank you very much, and for sticking to your time. Special thanks to you.
Australia is part of Eurovision as well, so
actually, this is a little like Eurovision, isn't it? It's great. We're going to different capitals.
Wonderful.
UK,
okay.
Nil point.
Okay, thank you very much. Now it is a special honor for me to introduce Professor Dr. Veronika Wittmann from Austria. She is an academic and is Professor for Global Studies at the Johannes Kepler University in Linz, Australia. I am going to help you unmute. So now you can unmute. Very well, very good. So very warm welcome from to Austria, to Linz. And yes, dear Miss Professor Wittmann, the floor is all yours.
Well, thank you very much. Warm welcome from Austria. I was quite interested in listening to the different talks of the distinguished speakers before, as much as I'm doing global studies. So from my background, I always take a global view, and my statement would also be pretty much related to this global view. As much as I consider that multilateralism matters and will matter in this century quite to a large extent. So any future policy scenario in this century will be coined by global and digital dynamics. And it has already been mentioned before, the global challenges ahead of humanity and faced by all states in the world are enormous. Be it transnational terrorism, be it loss of biodiversity, be it climate change, be it state collapse, be it lack of global governance, be it the current COVID-19 pandemic, which is a global human experience. The challenges are really, really big. And of course, there are always two paths how you can tackle global risks. One is to follow unilateralism, and the other one is to follow multilateralism. And a clear assumption here is that any unilateral action cannot solve global risks ahead of humanity and, endangering all states in the world. There's no state which might be an exception by it. So global challenges are simply far too big for any given nation state. And that would also include like maybe the two superpowers, China and US, which we have at the current moment. There is no nation state that can solely cope with it. So as such, multilateralism is the most promising, peaceful, and sustainable way to tackle these global risks ahead of humanity. And pretty much related into this assumption is a very old idea pointed out by Immanuel Kant, the great philosopher, working in what we nowadays know as Kaliningrad. He wrote an excellent piece of writing on eternal peace 220 years ago. And in his writings on eternal peace, Immanuel Kant was highlighting that needs compel insight. And I would really strongly argue that the needs of humanity are big enough already to force states actually to action. So I think the question in this century will not be whether states like to cooperate or not. They will actually be forced to do so because the needs are just so demanding. And this is simply an insight in realpolitik, because the cost of not cooperating at a global level will just simply be too high for any given nation state. It has already been mentioned, if we take an outlook on the coming decades, the world is facing like two superpowers. China on the one hand, US on the other hand, different models related to it. So I think a lot of European states, Russian Federation, United Kingdom, will all have to question themselves, okay, how can I position myself in this new global political world order? And faced by these global risks, I think we can clearly see it should be a wake-up call to foster global and international cooperation. Multilateralism, as understood here, it's been mentioned also by Nicholas Kopp in the beginning, involves various actors. Any detailed operational blueprint as preparing for these global challenges has to involve states, as such also responsible governments. It has to involve, of course, civil society actors, business, pretty much like maybe related to what has been enshrined in the United Nations Global Compact. It would include security issues related to human security, and of course, diplomacy and science. And as far as I see, diplomacy and diplomats and scientists, they are really pretty much an epistemic community. They share common values, have common norms. So I'm very positive, not to say that because I'm a scientist myself, but I'm very positive about diplomats and scientists to foster cooperation, because their impact can be enormous to create an atmosphere of confidence. And of course, confidence is necessary for any kind of global cooperation in the future. So I think diplomacy and science can contribute quite a lot in this joint endeavor to tackle these global challenges. But of course, at the end of the day, states might not be in the current moment the best performers of facing these global challenges. I think we've seen it with COVID-19 current pandemics. States have taken very isolated roles how to tackle this new disease humanity is facing. But of course, to make progress towards multilateralism, states have to play a role, and a central role. So it takes a state at the end of the day. And this might be some like kind of a visionary claim, what I'm saying now, but states have at the end of the day to give up sovereignty, and this would be really game changing. This was discussed in a lot of the global governance discussion. States giving up sovereignty, of course, requires a monumental political effort, but in the long run, no state can tackle the global challenges ahead. And as I mentioned before, the costs for any state would simply be too high. So global and digital dynamics will coin the future of world politics. They will coin the future of international relations of any given nation state. A pessimistic outcome might be further nationalism. This is something we have seen in the last decade. Like nationalism is really globalizing, as Colin Crouch, a British political scientist, has put it. But global challenges, on the other hand, can also reveal governments' ability to provide solutions, drawing on collective resources in this process. And global crisis, as I mentioned in the beginning, may spur renewed international cooperation by states, renewed global cooperation by various actors like civil society and so on. And it might also be a driving force to foster multilateralism again. So if the breakdown of international cooperation leads to disaster, the area after could lead to a renewed commitment to working multilaterally to advance common interests. And let me conclude by saying, definitely there is no shortage of global challenges ahead. It's numerous global challenges facing all of us in this area, and weak international cooperation is a choice, but it's not an inevitability. So multilateral response to global challenges in this area are simply to be seen as a necessity. It's an essential of this area, of these challenging times. And global crisis, what we are currently experiencing, can really serve as a wake-up call, a spur to invest in a more effective multilateral system. And let me finally quote the German sociologist Ulrich Beck, who was writing in his book on World Risk Society. He made the prognosis that whoever draws the national card will lose in the long run. So in the final part, those will be the winners who invest now in multilateralism and foster inter and global cooperation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Whitman, for this global view on things and regarding also Russia and put it into a greater perspective, which is, I think, very, very important. Ms. Whitman is a very renowned academic from Austria. It has been a great pleasure and honor for us to have you here. Thank you for your time. Thank you. And well, we will continue to our next speaker. Speaking of renowned and as distinguished academic, I have now the pleasure to introduce Professor Dr. Zoran Vitorovic from Serbia, Croatia. He is on the advisory board of the East-West Bridge International. He's editor-in-chief of the Global Process Journal. And I will now going to unmute. I think you should now be, your audio is on. So Zoran, welcome to our Westminster Russia Forum conference. The floor is all yours.
Thank you very much, dear Miriam. Hello to everyone from Switzerland. As dear distinguished Miriam says, my name is Zoran Vitorovic, and I'm from professional background journalist and professor for preventive diplomacy. That was the title of my book before 20 years, which I wrote. And these days, I hope we will have another book together with a colleague from Russia, from Russian Political Science Journal. He and me, we wrote one book with name Scientific Diplomacy, and hopefully very soon Professor Veronica will join us together with Professor Mark from UK, and we invite all of you to join us because we would like to have a new monography after this book of science diplomacy, which will be also with a similar title. Why? We are living in a time which we all know now. And before I come to my few theses and remarks about the present situation about East-West relation, I will just say something, a few words about East-West Forum. East-West Forum International, East-West Bridge International is actually a Serbian product. And we have there as the president, Mr. Jovan Kovacic, who is member of the executive board of Multilateral Commission, and also in board of governors we have Sergei Karaganov, who was and still is one of the main advisors of President Putin. Then we have Paul Revie, who was director of European Trilateral Commission. Then we have Sir Ivory Roberts, UK ambassador, well known and well famous. And we have also, between others, Igor Kalevinsky, Ambassador Igor Kalevinsky, who is now president of Professional Association of the Russian Ambassadors. So East-West Bridge is actually trying to be bridge between East and West. And for a lot of people whom I met on our conferences about global processes and globalistica, you know, 2/3 of them are very shocked after the 90s that you have such product as such think tank, a Serbian product with international attitudes, and we have East-West Bridge. In Switzerland, we are building now East-West in Germany, Italy, already we have Malta, Mexico. We are now preparing East-West Bridge for Middle East. So we would like that all of you join us because we have a lot of different activities similar to Westminster Forum. So let's come now to a few of my theses for this great event. So the merger and powerful and unprecedented pandemic like COVID-19, which we faced in 2020, has showed all weaknesses of modern society, a society that is on entering door of the digital age. But globally, the dominant matrix in all media reports, political debates, business, and everyday life was, and obviously still is, fear. We still don't have global panic, but level of public frustration is rising so fast that the perception of reality could be easy, quickly and brutally shift from rational to aggressive, from rational to irrational and destructive. In all these discourses of political, economic, and social analysis of fear dominates three basic elements. The first fear in general has been and still is a fear from a new, small, invisible, and unknown virus COVID-19. What is that and what exactly to do to defeat the population? History of human development has proven us that any form from something new, unknown, and almost invisible usually could be triggered for many irrational decisions and many irrational actions. Another fear that is almost a moral and ethical dilemma is about the question, should we give priority to preserve the economy or give priority to save human lives? Epistemological analysis might be a good source for understanding the essence of this dilemma, but it is also a question of whether a human individual with a de facto modest intellectual abilities had learned through the history something from similar crises in past times. The third fear is a fear from political decisions which political authorities should or could make in a short period of time. Political elites have a fear that such decision could have last consequences that they lost the political position. Political elites are playing between so-called popular and unpopular measures. But with other words, we have now again following situation. Just yesterday, to remember all of you, European Central Bank approved new package of 500 billion euro to help Eurozone economy. Additional programs like PEP, IPP, and TILTROY 3 are running on to help the liquidity of commercial banks and countries. This means commercial banks in reality doesn't have money. And long term, this means bubble of debts is growing, and economics is working with less than 20% in each country and does not generate a new real capital. EU again prolonged just yesterday sanctions on Russia and Turkey. This means again long term, this will produce new tensions and new problems in the future. There are still no results about Brexit and so on. There is also parallel processes in all European countries, and that is modernization of military capacity in accordance with NATO and US national military strategy from 2020. This strategy has also civil part and also part how to manage and handle the crisis, even non-military crisis. And this strategy is in 90% the same or similar as military national strategies in almost all EU countries. And now question, who is or who are those threats for NATO and EU? China, Russia, or who? In a time when majority of threats are coming actually from virus COVID-19 and potential social and economic disasters, a majority of new threats will come, I'm sure, from natural disaster and ecological problems. Countries in Europe are working on what? On hard power segment on all national defense. But hard power and military could not solve problems like medical or natural threats or social, economic problems and so on. So what does it all this means? We still live in a global world where old logic follow with one form of autism of elite, mostly in European Union and US, is still there. And we urgently need new visions, new logic, more channels of honest and open communication between EU and UK, EU, UK and Russia, European Union, Russia and China, and globally. It seems that almost no one had read Michel Foucault, Birth of Clinic, and he actually wrote that in 1963. And now we have what? Political system crisis in nearly every country in the world. Weak institution, disorientation in handling COVID-19, less support from a population for ruling parties and elites, and these all are real threats for each individual country from inside. EU has pro forma crisis management, but did not show effective EU approach to those COVID crises. The same was with NATO civil part of crisis management. So we have fragmentation in Europe, and looks like everyone is looking just for enemy to transfer all domestic problems to someone else. But this again is old logic, old perception, and we need to change that. But time is running. Everything else is just losing of the time, and problems will stay with us. Greed, egoism, and old logic, these are the main problem for all of us today. And last but not least, more than 96% of already produced anti-COVID vaccine are already bought by the richest country in the world. So what does this also mean? We cannot solve global problems without global approaches, as Professor Veronica says before a few minutes. One part of globe could not be safe from virus and another should not be. This means that with such old logic, COVID-19 crisis will or could run around the globe for next 10 or even more years. So we need, simply said, new utopia, new visions and new logic. And exactly that is what I missed right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zoran. Thank you very much for this very fiery speech. This is the view from Serbia, Croatia. Great honor to have you here. Thank you very much for your time, Dr. Zoran Vitorovic. Thank you. So let's go directly to our next panelist. It is our honor to introduce to you Mr. Valery Voronin, head of the International Department of the Liberal Democratic Party of Russia. So greetings to Russia. Welcome to our forum. I am going to ask you to unmute. And after you have, okay, wonderful. I think you are, now we can all hear you. And Mr. Voronin, the floor is all yours.
Dear colleagues, thank you very much. It's a real pleasure for me to attend this video conference. I don't want to make a big speech. A lot of things have been already spoken. Just several observations and comments. I do agree totally that now we have I don't know, the second or the third, just one more Cold War is going on. And our Russia-West relationship are at the very bottom right now. And I fully support the idea of Mr. Owen that we need to overcome negativity from both sides. But you can believe me, I have over 21 years of foreign experience. We Russians have much better attitude towards European than vice versa. So, and unfortunately, our image is so bad that it is necessary to do something with it. And as Mr. Arar has already mentioned, one of the practical steps might be the so-called visa-free zone in Europe. We need to visit each other. You need to see that Russian people are as normal as all others, and maybe it might help from some time. As a liberal democratic party, you see, what we are doing, we are also trying to communicate and to make a relationship with our partners all over the world who share the same values, who share the traditional values, who preserve cultural heritage, who preserve customs, values, and who even goes on the patriotic way. And I don't think it is correct to label these people as the extreme far extremist who is against humanity, who is against tolerance and whatever and whatever. And as we say in Russia, and you say a good enemy, you see, what is better, bad friend or good enemy, you see? So even if we are bad friends, it's still better to have a friendship relationship because we are doomed to be together. Russia is a part of Europe. And this particular idea to have Europe from Lisbon to Vladivostok, it's a reality. And we need to live with it and we need to do something with it. That's all my observation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Voronin from Russia. Thank you very much for your insights. And actually you made a point because the same point this forum is all about. It is about sending out a signal to the rest of the world that so many speakers from so many countries are prepared to speak to each other and they choose friendship over hostility. That's why we are all here. And of course, some of the comments will be repeated several times, but that is not the point. This conference is about, coming together, showing others that we are prepared to talk to each other. So no worries if some of the comments are repeated. Please do not worry about that. So without further ado, I would now go to our last panelist, the distinguished Mr. Hunter Cawood, President of the Russia-America Public Affairs Committee. And it is a pleasure to have somebody from the USA with us, because unfortunately, I think we would welcome many, many more US citizens or people from the US because they obviously play a vital role in the world. And so it is a special honor for us that somebody from the USA is here. Sorry, I think you are now unmuted. You can speak now. So, Mr. Cawood, please, the floor is all yours.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I want to actually start by saying a special thank you to the Westminster Russia Forum for organizing today's event. What we're doing and what we're discussing is incredibly important. So it's an honor for me to take part of that. As for aforementioned, my name is Hunter Cawood, and I'm the president of the Russian Public Affairs Committee in America, also known as RUPAC, which is dedicated to developing and strengthening the relationship between the United States and Russia. And in that sense, we are working as an independent grassroots movement engaged in media outreach, political outreach, and event-based outreach to make that happen. So that said, today, if we're looking to the future of Russia-West relations and specifically what's in store for 2021, I believe the harbinger for that is whether or not our media in the West is willing to or going to evolve in any constructive way when it comes to its coverage of Russia. And maybe my speech today is going to be a good prelude to the panel that's taking forth in the next segment. Unfortunately, it seems that any kind of semblance of objective journalism regarding Russia has all but a little bit withered away. And we see that in the way that we've been barraged with tall tales of Russian bounties, hacked power grids and secret sonic attacks, and a little bit of everything in between. And I think the root of this problem is simultaneously complex and simple. The complex nature of this problem is the geopolitical differences that sometimes they seem unbridgeable and just naturally push our pundits and our politicians to frame Russia as an adversary. The simple aspect of this problem is maybe that the sensationalism that we see, it sells, and too many of our once trusted sources of information have built Russia-phobic for-profit business models that really impact their coverage and how we as Westerners talk about Russia. And there's actually an interesting study to this degree that came out of the Columbia Journalism Review that found that Russia-related stories in the past, since 2016, have taken up almost 30% of mainstream cable news coverage in the United States. And at the same time, the Pew Research Center has shown that those same outlets have experienced an increase in profit of more than 19% during that same time period. That coverage, which has been devoted an inordinate amount of time to stories that are tar and feather Moscow as the root of all evil, has really driven much of the policies that we see coming from the West, specifically the United States and the United Kingdom. And that said, I think there's, however, room for optimism in 2021, and that this dynamic will change. So much of the deterioration in the coverage and our political discourse over the past couple of years has been really inspired by an anger and opposition to President Donald Trump, the former television star and who's turned into a politician. He essentially fought a war of attrition with the mainstream media, and we saw that play out every single day. And unfortunately, we saw Russia weaponized in that war. In 2021, however, under the Biden administration, I believe that we'll see less political incentive to weaponize Russia. I'm optimistic that Democrats and those in the media who've obsessed over Russia for the past couple of years will move and shift their focus to domestic policy battles, such as healthcare and immigration. And then that said, Democrats understand that scandalizing Russia has been an effective weapon against Trump. But if Trump is out of the picture, then that attack line loses its utility. And there are, of course, other reasons to be optimistic. Joe Biden has said he's committed to extending the New START Treaty, which is in itself an excellent opportunity to jumpstart cooperation and dialogue. And from there, we'll see an effort from the Biden administration also to maybe even revamp the JCPOA or the Iran nuclear deal. And that will be another great opportunity to essentially build contact and cooperation, especially early on in this administration's lifetime and tenure. And that cooperation, of course, will involve the United Kingdom and other European countries in engagement with Russia. Another opportunity essentially to build Russia-West relations. However, beyond those two initiatives, there's not much going on in terms of the agenda for Russia and the West to make progress on. Those two issues are really the low-hanging fruit that we could essentially imagine. To reach the higher-hanging fruit that will foster bigger and better relations, it's really up to us as a network of individuals and organizations, I think, to essentially partner together and really build that relationship between Russia and the West, and really make the argument to our fellow citizens and our fellow colleagues, our fellow political representatives, that a better Russia-US relationship, a better Russia-West relationship is not only attainable, but it's also good for the world. And the way that we do that is essentially by joining the conversations that are happening across our continents, at events, at conferences, and universities where ideas are discussed and debated. It involves also a little bit of community organizing, taking an active role in media and event-based outreach, engaging in politics from the bottom up. In fact, I think with the right amount of effort, the right amount of resources to elevate these Russia-friendly perspectives and voices to mainstream shows, whether it's podcasts or bylines in the New York Times or elsewhere. In doing so, I think we have the opportunity to really push back on a lot of the false narratives and a lot of the negative perceptions of Russia that are not rooted in reality. And what we can really do is essentially make the intellectual arguments that are going to persuade the people around us. In some ways, we're already doing that right now, and it's been essentially a pleasure to listen to voices from all across the world talk on this topic of Russia-West relations, and talk from a perspective that yes, dialogue and cooperation is possible, it's attainable, and it's beneficial. And so that said, if we want to see further progress in Russia-West relations in 2021, I think it really starts with us. It starts with us being the leaders and the champions for constructive dialogue and cooperation, to be the track 2 diplomats, to put the effort and the time in. So that's essentially it for me. I know we only got 5 minutes, but that's where I stand, and that's where I think we go from here in 2021.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Mr. Cawood. Great speech. We can truly all, I think, all the audience here, the guests and all your co-speakers, we can all feel that you are truly committed to furthering ties with Russia, that you really are committed to further peace, because that is all, that's what it's all about, to prevent war. We can, it is a pleasure to meet people who are, especially from the USA, who are such, show such commitment. And we cannot thank you enough for your time, for being here. Has been a great pleasure. Thank you very much. Okay, I think we have all our panelists have spoken. Thank you very much to all panelists. I think we are a little ahead of time, which is a luxury. Usually this is conferences, it's the other way around. So we are outstanding even on these terms. Okay, and we would be ready to take a few questions. I think, Nick, I might, can I unmute you? Okay, so now I give the floor to Nick, because he has taken care of the questions, which can obviously be answered by any of the panelists if they wish. So Nick, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Miriam, and thanks to you all of the speakers for fantastic presentations. Again, I think one of the themes that's coming through here is the need to cooperate, and that was very much the aim of today. The aim of today is not to say that everything that Britain or America or Russia does is great, because nobody's perfect, right? But the aim of today is really to identify and to work with some of the key tenets of our relationships, and to identify areas of cooperation. So in the case of Christo, it was looking at the practical points of mining and industry, and that's really something that I think we can work with. If you're not if you're trading culture and making money together, well, you're not going to want to fight someone, are you? It also promotes people-to-people ties, and that's one of the key things that's come out throughout the day. And thanks to everybody for all the great presentations. Any particular points of cooperation, please pop them into the chat box, or get in touch with us after the event. Just contact us through the WRF website, or get in touch with us in the normal way that we've been communicating, and we'll absolutely set up post-event meetings and identify areas of common ground. So, does anybody have any questions? Okay, Zoran.
I think, wait, I will help you unmute. Sora, now you can unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you, Miriam. So I have just one question for our dear friend, Hunter, because especially in Switzerland, we had a lot of discussions last let's say, even months, how the American elites could now defend the we know that America was one of the most powerful country, and maybe even today it is one of the most powerful country with long democratic tradition, strong institutions, etc., etc. But now what we have now election, and we have now a case that the president of the most powerful country in the world is accusing own democratic institution that they had played some tricky games, etc. So we are now coming actually in what position? That we, as observer from outside, from the United States, we see that there are very deep system crises inside of the system. So how now America can come to one country like Syria or Libya and say, okay, we are as best example how democratic system should work, and do the Syrian people could believe in that? How these elements could be explained outside to the America? That is, I'm trying simply as possible to ask the question. Thank you.
So yeah, Miriam, can you unmute Hunter, please?
Yeah. Who should I unmute? Sorry.
Hunter.
Hunter. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Sorry, Hunter. Now we are there. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Absolutely. Thank you for a very inquisitive question right there. I think that what we see today happening in the United States has been festering for a while. Obviously, Donald Trump is contesting the election and saying that it wasn't free, it wasn't fair. There was a lot of corruption, so to speak. But the thing is that narrative has kind of been building over the years. In 2016, we saw essentially the Democrats really take that same approach and saying and having conspiracy theories about Russia's involvement and interference. I think what we're seeing how Donald Trump is reacting to that is more of it's a reaction. It's seeing, hey, this worked for them. Why can't it work for me? In terms of political strategy. But in terms of your more concrete question is how can the United States now go to the rest of the world and make an argument that, hey, we are the exemplar for democracy. This is how it should be. This is how you need to govern and be guided. I think that we're going to see a decrease in that sentiment. I think speaking with other Americans and especially with more politically involved Americans, that is becoming something that is less and less of a belief. There's a realization that the democracy promotion that the United States has embarked on for the past 20 to 30 years has not brought results, and it has not had a positive impact for some of the places that we've done that. And I think even the Biden administration, to some degree, they're going to focus, of course, on doing a lot of virtue signaling, talking about democracy and human rights. and the importance of working with allies. But I don't think that they are really going to be so attuned to take a deep involvement in Syria or in Libya. I think there's no political appetite for that among the general American public, the general American electorate. That establishment value, that establishment idea has, like I said, withered away. But we'll see, in the next couple months, really, in terms of who Biden appoints as his go-to guys, his administration officials, who's going to be in his cabinet, what their ideas and agenda is going to be. But I don't think democracy promotion is something that's necessarily going to be part of United States mentality establishment going forward.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? I mean, I require, because our next panel will start at past. So from about 5 minutes time, I can present on behalf of the International Police Association. They're having difficulties connecting. So I'll just pose a couple of questions then to our panelists. Panelists, if Miriam, could you unmute the panelists from the previous session, if possible?
You mean the keynote speakers?
No, just this panel. Just this panel.
Okay.
So so this is just a general panel, a general question to you all, really. I mean, I think some of the common threads coming through is that we're certainly entering into a new political second Cold War. However, when it comes to people and day-to-day life, actually ties are moderately strong. There are no great enmities between our peoples. It's more, if they're just allowed to get on with it. But obviously the debate is framed through the lens of the media in many cases. So this is a question to all of the panelists, really. And please answer in any, let's start with Christo, if that's okay. What do you think we can do to promote, or what do you think, what practical steps can we do to promote ties and to break down some of these perception barriers?
Look, I think I do think the media can play a significant role in it. I mean, sitting, in a country that, also goes hot and cold in terms of Russia, depends on who's in power, kind of changes the perception in Russia. I mean, one of the big problems we have is that currently we don't have a trade mission, a Russian trade mission in Australia. That hence the dialogue. Our organization is trying to fill that gap, but we all do it kind of part-time. The other thing that, speaking to our members, one of the big obstacles, and we've raised this with the ambassadors, one of the big obstacles from our side is the extremely stringent conditions of obtaining visas to go and do business in Russia. A lot of our colleagues, a lot of companies see that as a huge impediment, to go and trade in Russia. Is just the enormous amount of bureaucracy, the difficulty to get visas, the length to get a visa, and it does, kind of hinder companies to really invest in Russia, because you have a lot of barriers. Naturally, you've already got a language barrier, trading in Russia. So it's just a compounding impact the whole time. If we can collectively work to try and convince governments to just ease a little bit on, those kind of bureaucratic restrictions, I think it will help a lot in terms of normal trade resumptions.
Great, thank you. And Zoran, what do you think we can do to change perceptions?
Thank you, Nicholas, for the question. I think actually that we should maybe use more tools which we already have. We have them. Concepts are already there, even had been used in different countries. And I mentioned preventive diplomacy. Why? Preventive diplomacy not in the sense of multilateral concept through UN as UTANT had as idea. No, more we should use what Joseph Montwell, director of Center for Preventive Diplomacy, had explained to me many times. What we need is, first of all, to understand that the people are the same all over the world. And my great teacher, Frank Ripple, who is Grand Master of Memphis Missouri Lodge, says once He never speak in public, but last few months just pressed him to tell something. He said, what we need globally is moral aristocracy. What does it mean, moral aristocracy? People who can transfer on very acceptable way new visions, new ideas, and new messages. When we start from that point, and when we explain to people that people are everywhere the same, as our dear friend from Russia, I think it was Valerie says, we are just a normal people as everyone else. So this is actually the point. When people will understand from both sides that people are the same, we have the same problems, then we need through this post-COVID-19 time, especially now through online conferences, to have much more online informal communication between, not only because on a level of online expert conferences or scientific conferences. No, just bring the students together. They can change information. If students from Russia will tell you, okay, I have the same problem as you in Germany, I can also not enter the online lecture because I don't have technical tools for that. And in Germany also, 35% of students could not follow the online education right now. So when the people will see that they have the same problem, then we have less hotspots for any possible confrontation. And actually, I had tried to with the help of Veronica, we had tried to do that once, Veronica, if you remember, when we organized through Faculty of Management and Tourism in Bosnia, we organized a video conference with a student from Russia and Belarus and Kazakhstan. And all of them were surprised that they have common problems, common interests. And then you bring people much more together. So otherwise, we are slowly going to be, Nicholas, I think, as the global things are going on, but maybe Veronica can better explain that. Everything seems as before Berlin Congress 1848. When you see what Turkey is doing from a geostrategic point, what Europe, some European countries are doing, what Russia is doing, everything seems to be as that we are going back in history, not forward. And the only possible way is open and honest discussion without to have taboos. That is the only possible way. Look, I will give you just one example. That is last comment. Somebody asked me, our colleague before a few minutes asked me, from which part of former Yugoslavia I am coming. I said, no, I'm Yugoslav. Why? Originally, I'm Serbian and Croat. And can you imagine now, Nicholas, how it was at the beginning of the war in Yugoslavia? Nobody accepts you.
Yep,
just because you are there.
Yeah.
And when people have such, let's say, bridges between two sides, so what my mother used to say.
Literally.
I asked my mother, sorry, did Serbs and Croats hate each other for eons? She says, no. But when you are married with someone, she's a Croat, married with Serbian one, then you can understand, very good understand the other side, why he's thinking so. And we are now in a time of fears, little bit chaos, confusion. And I think now we need more such informal bridges. We don't need to wait political leaders. We need to build social aristocrats, individuals with authority who will say something and the other at least can hear them. Excuse me, maybe it was too longer.
No, that's great. Thanks, Zoran. No, very good points. Valerie, do we have you online?
Yes, we have him online and he should.
Yeah, so Valerie, Veronica and Hunter, just a couple of minutes, literally 30 seconds each if possible, quick fire. What do you think we can do to improve relations? Really practical things. Actually, Veronica, would you like to start?
Well, thank you very much. I think education is a very, very powerful tool. So raising global awareness, trying to reach, really, as Professor Vitorovic has now also said, becoming global citizens. At the same time, it does not mean we have to throw away our national citizenships or being locally rooted somewhere, but just to get a broader view. One does not exclude the other. And education, I think, is a very, very powerful tool to reach global understanding.
Thank you, Veronica. Valerie, do we have you online?
Yes, I am back.
Great, welcome back. So quick, 30 seconds. What do you think we can do to improve relations? What practical things would you suggest?
So first of all, we need to use all steps, you see. That is people's to people's relationship. We need to improve it. And as Mr. Rar mentioned, it will be very, very, very profitable to have visa-free Europe, Russian included. We need to visit each other. And we are planning, you see, to extend our relationship with all opposition parties. Because Liberal Democratic Party, we have liberal, we have democratic values, and they are shared by many, many people of all over the Europe. And we need to use this opportunity to make contacts with the similar people who shares the same values. And we are making inter-party relationship. We have about 9 agreements, you see, with the parties. So we are doing some practical things.
Brilliant.
Our image should be improved, and we need to do it. If it doesn't go from the top, we need to go from the bottom. That is my point.
Thank you, Valery. Much appreciated. Hunter, any final comments?
Yeah, from my perspective, I think actually the key is actually grassroots lobbyism. You know, not exactly the run of the mill form of lobbyism where you simply pay somebody on K Street to break bread with politicians, but grassroots lobbyism where essentially we as individuals and organizations, you know, go out into essentially our communities, attend conferences, work with universities to build bridges for dialogue and for communication. And I think if that route is a proven route, you know, there's dozens of examples, especially in the American context, where those grassroots lobbyist movements have considerable political power and have had an ability to impact the way that different countries interact with each other. I think we need the same thing in the United States context and in the United Kingdom context.
Yep.
And if we can make that happen, then it will definitely have a positive impact.
And thank you. Just on that point, that's exactly what we're trying to do here with the WRF, the Westminster Russia Forum. We're trying to be that voice. And I think we can touch on that in a bit more detail on the media panel. But thank you very much, Hunter. Thank you, Valery and Veronica and Christo and Zoran. It's a great talk. And thanks to Miriam for chairing that panel. Miriam, any final comments?
Yeah, as I think I made my final comments sort of already before. Thank you all very much for being here, and it is a great signal. And as I said, this is all about this conference. It's not a specific thing, and you know, speeches are very short, and there are many speakers have come on board, which was overwhelming. We never would have expected. We are complete underdogs. And we would never have expected for so many distinguished speakers to come on board, to be 100% honest. And the speeches are very short, but the point is that we show to high-profile officials and diplomats, maybe all over the world, that this is how it is done. This is how we further ties with further good relations. This is by coming together, be respectful, speak to each other, and not by silence. Silence will not solve any problems, especially in times when things are getting more and more difficult. It is absolutely logical, and every expert in psychology, wherever social science would say, especially when things are difficult, communication gets even more important. And it is just a shame, I have to say, that many high-profile politicians and officials all over the world do not seem to grasp that basic concept. We should not be silent, but we should talk to each other. That is what this conference is all about. So thank you very much to the distinguished speaker to come here for your time. And yes, I would then give over to Nick. Thank you again. And
pleasure.
Who is yours?
And just on that, just before we move to the next panel, and thankfully we're on time, which is brilliant. That's a rarity in.
You know, this is Swiss organization. Let's never forget.
Absolutely.
They're always good at organizing things.
we're not the best at organizing these things in the UK. So, but just before we move on to the media panel, just so speakers please get ready, and What I'll do is I've just heard from the International Police Association. It's a great shame they're having connectivity problems. If they can join later, then fine. But on behalf of Yuri Zhdanov, head of the International Police Association, and Natalia Kulakova, who is chair of the Social Cultural Commission of the IPA Russia section, I have a very short few words to say, and we're going to email out some information, and we can have it all on the website afterwards. But this very much ties in with the cybercrime points that have been mentioned, areas of cooperation. So on behalf of Natalia and Yuri, we are sincerely apology, but we cannot access the conference due to connectivity problems. So please pass our best and introduce our speech to the participants. The International Police Association promotes security dialogue between multiple countries. The platform of the International Police Association, or IPA, allows colleagues from different countries to discuss the most pressing and actual issues of our time. Over the past year, the world has changed dramatically, and the number of crimes in the cybersphere has grown tenfold. The world has become more fragile and vulnerable, and cyber is a key part of this. In the very near future, a book will be prepared from the Russian IPA section that will be published in 2 languages: COVID-19, Crime, Society, Cybersecurity and Police. Its presentation will take place within the framework of the annual meeting of the Russian IPA Club on January 13th, 2021. So we'll be circulating information on that. And also I have some slides to prepare to share with you all at a later date or via a blog, which has been prepared by the Russian IPA section and Sberbank Cybercrime, looking at cross-border cyber criminal activities and how to combat that. So thank you very much to the IPA. If we can bring them in later, we will. Now, it's a great pleasure to introduce our next panel. Before we do, this is about the media. So I would just like to show you all this, which is something I'm very proud of. And I have it printed out on my wall. And this is a Slime article from Tom Rogan of the Washington Examiner, titled "How a Kremlin Facilitator in London Weaves a Web of Money and Pro-Putin Influence." He sent me an email, I think 1 hour before he published this, asking for comment. So anyway, it's all up online if you ever want to find it. But the media certainly have their nuances, and this panel will be exploring that. So it's a great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Gabriel Gavin. He is a journalist and commentator and has written widely on Russia and the wider region for The Spectator, the Independent newspaper, and the Kiev Post. The floor is yours, sir. Okay. Miriam, can you make me host again, please?
Okay, yep. Just a second. How do I seem to have a problem now. I cannot.
Okay, can you please unmute Gavin? Gabriel, please.
Yeah, okay, because I cannot seem to find your unmute button. Gabriel, okay, Gabriel, I'm looking for Gabriel. I'm very sorry about the inconvenience.
No worries at all.
Now.
Hi there, perfect. Can you hear me all right?
Yep, that's great.
Brilliant. Well, здравствуйте, друзья, and thank you so much to Nick and the rest of the WRF team for asking me to speak. I have to admit, I felt it was a bit of a poison chalice talking about Russia and the media. And then when I found out I only had 5 minutes to give all my insights, I was even more worried, mainly because I'm not sure how many I actually have. So we'll see if I make it through the time. It's obviously a massive question, and it's something that all the speakers, I think, have touched on so far. Media coverage of Russia sets the tone. Unfortunately, we live in a country where the vast majority of people have never been to Russia, have never thought about going to Russia, probably don't know any Russians. They haven't experienced the wonders of Russian food or literature or music. So the lens through which they see the country is one that's set, I think, by the national newspapers and by social media. And I'd like to just kind of start by saying that actually I'm not someone who thinks that the MSM, the mainstream media in this country, does a terrible job or is, this kind of is intrinsically aligned with organizations like NATO or whatever else. I think that we are actually very lucky in the UK. We've got a very vibrant news sector. Anytime there's an issue, you'll have maybe 30 to 40 takes. If you think about the diversity between The Guardian, The Spectator, The Telegraph, and that's brilliant for our national conversation. But I think where it fails to hold true and where it sometimes comes unstuck is in its coverage of Russia. I was trying to wrap my brains and think about the last time I read a positive story about Russia in the British media. And I was having a really hard time. I had a quick scan of Google News last night, and the top 10 stories about Russia, world's largest country, an awful lot going on, as you all know. Top 10 stories all use the word nuclear in the headline. And it might be an unrepresentative day, but we all know there's more to Russia than that. And it got me thinking about, well, why is that the case? Why do journalists, particularly in English language publications, fall for such a one-dimensional view of Russia when they're so engaged in battling for intellectual diversity on other subjects? And I got in a taxi the other day in London, and I mentioned to the taxi driver that I was moving to Russia for a year to work as a journalist from January. And he said to me, wow, I know about that. Did you know that Vladimir Putin has Parkinson's disease? And I had to kind of, I felt I didn't want to give the guy a lecture, but I basically had to set out that, yes, I'd seen the reports on the Mail Online and on the New York Daily News, on the New York Mail, that alleged that Vladimir Putin would imminently stand down because he has this horrible progressive neurodegenerative disease. And these are papers of record. These are papers where most people get most of their news from. And when you drill into the story, it comes from a guy called Valery Solovey, who is a political scientist, or used to be, who is a notorious conspiracy theorist. It's the kind of person that most Russians, I think, and those of you here who hail from our Eastern friend, will probably attest. Valery Solovey is a notorious conspiracy theorist. And he's made claims that Putin's very, very sick, about to stand down in 2016 and 2017. And then later again this year, he said, oh, he's got a secret battle with cancer, underwent secret surgery, going to stand down again. And of course, the newspapers pick this guy up. And I think part of the problem is that Western journalists, we're very attuned to the Anglosphere. We're very attuned to what happens in the US and in the UK. We know who the main players are, and we know who, for want of a better word, is a few sandwiches short of a picnic. And we know, for example, that if someone like David Icke came out and said, Boris Johnson has committed a string of murders in the 1980s, and the police know about it, and he's going to be soon departing from office, the newspapers of record wouldn't dream of covering the story. But because they don't speak the language, because they don't engage with Russian media, because they don't engage with Russian culture, they don't have that reference point when it comes to Russian news. So suddenly things that you would otherwise dismiss out of hand snowball. And you get this creation of, I think, a media industry that doesn't really have perspective on Russia. And it's worth saying that there are some brilliant reporters covering Russia, but unfortunately, for every passionate, committed professional who lives in Russia or visits Russia regularly, makes an effort to understand the country, engage with its culture, tell stories about the country, their articles will always be read by far fewer people than read Putin's got Parkinson's, written by 20-something on his 5th cup of coffee in the Daily Mail newsroom. That's a perpetual problem, particularly for a country like Russia, where there are such strong preconceptions. And as Nick said earlier, the best way of challenging them is to go and find out more, to go and visit Russia. And I think the other reflection that I just wanted to share with you is I think we live in a time where we're seeing a resurgence of certain forms of restrictions on media. So I think France, for example, has made it quite difficult for organizations like RT to report, Estonia, Latvia, and the other Baltic nations likewise. And Western media hasn't really kicked up a fuss about what I think is a bit of an assault on fundamental rights for organizations to report, because they don't agree with the reporting. They're the wrong type of people. Therefore, they're okay to censor in the view of some. I'm very pleased that in the UK, we haven't gone to that extent yet, and I hope that continues. I also think that in the US, you've actually got a reverse of what probably happened 20, 30, 40 years ago, where American authorities are actually making it harder for Russian and Chinese journalists to cover the country. Whereas Russia, I'm told, makes it very, very, very easy for American journalists to go and cover the country. And I think that creates a perception in people's minds of, well, what have you got to hide? Why would you want to keep out our reporters just because you disagree with what they might say? And as a result, I think there is an opportunity for a country like Russia to say, well, actually, we might not agree with what you say, but you can cover our country. We want full openness. And we think by that openness, it'll challenge some of those narratives. And I was pleased that someone earlier mentioned visas, because I think that visa liberalization And it's a great shame that we in the UK haven't offered progressive steps in terms of visa liberalization for Russians coming to the UK. But I think that Russia has an opportunity to position itself as that kind of open information power, and a country that, you know, is open to people coming to finding out more and believes that by doing so, you'll leave with a better impression than you came. And then I think finally, I just wanted to add that while I think it is easy sometimes to be depressed about British public perceptions about Russia, because they are informed, I think, or ill-informed by sometimes very loud, very uninformed, I guess, conspiracy theories, or rather journalists who should take a little bit more time to research pieces. There is hope for change. There really is. And I think if you look at the polling, I touched on a piece I wrote over the summer, only about 1 in 5 people who are in the baby boomer generation say that they have a positive opinion of Russia. These are people who lived through the Cold War and who, frankly, often think they're still in it. But actually, when you look at millennials as an age group, actually that number rises to about almost half. Almost half of young people say that they have a positive view of Russia. And that is the next generation of journalists. God willing, it's the next generation of politicians. And I hope that in 20 years' time, Nick, when you're putting together another one of these conferences with even far more attendees, it'll be much more representative of society at large, which will have a much more positive view of Russia in its entirety. And I think there you can probably wrestle the microphone back off me.
Thanks, Gabriel. And I have to say that's yeah, I mean, some very good insights there. I mean, the media, I think in the UK, you know, is scrutinized. There's a lot of regulation as well, and points of recourse. But you're right, the perception with Russia hasn't changed. You could say the same about China as well as other parts of the world, but with Russia, it seems certainly more marked. And now, thank you very much for that great insight. And now moving on to our next speaker, Ernest Reed, who is a specialist in East-West narratives and has done extensive work, academic work, with regards to the British media, which could be, in a way, a metaphor for European media as well, because I think there are certain similarities. Ernest, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much. So today we have lots of interesting speakers, and probably far more interesting than myself, and far more attractive. So I'll try and be brief and not take up too much of your time. So 2 years ago, I was doing some research on behalf of UCL's School of Slavonic and Eastern European Studies at the University of Belgrade in Serbia. And during that research project, I also wrote a short paper on the self versus other nexus with other in the UK media, with the other being Russia. So during the linguistic analysis that I was carrying out, I found so much bias from micro to macro at literally every level. So starting from the Lexis, where the British Prime Minister would generally be referred to by positive or neutral terms, whereas Vladimir Putin would always be the former KGB man, chest-thumping leader, never a father of two. And then obviously the Russian government, the British government would always be the government, whereas the Russian government would be the hyper-aggressive Kremlin machine. And likewise, in the same manner, the British people would generally be described as the unsuspecting Brits, almost like victims, potential victims, whereas Russians would generally be Putin's forces, Kremlin's agents, Moscow's puppeteers, or just the Russians, which, as per frequent categorical truth statements, categorical truth modality statements that they would generally be featured in, they would always be hell-bent on hacking, attacking, and all kinds of things of that sort. So, and of course, then you have the Russian bear, which is the imagery that has existed since the Crimean War, actually, in the 19th century, and it can still be found these days in the UK press, which, well, not just the Russian bear as well. If you might have come across the front cover of the Spectator from a few months ago, it was featuring a picture, a caricature of
Hello. Ernest. Major Tom to ground control. Can you hear us?
Oh.
Making weapons a Russian bear. Yes. What?
We missed the last three sentences.
Yeah, you froze for a bit, but
where did you lose me?
We lost you for about 10 seconds.
10 seconds. All right. So what I was saying in the last 10 seconds is that while it seems rather humorous in a way, if you can take it with you can take it in that manner, it is also a worrying trend, because when you portray people as animals, monsters, this is something that in social sciences is called dehumanization. And in fact, this is the strategy. One of the most avid users of the strategy in the recent history was Dr. Joseph Goebbels. He was the father of the Nazi propaganda. And in fact, if you look at a lot of the imagery, whether it's semantics or whether it's actual images, posters from the early 40s Nazi propaganda, whether it's anti-Russian, anti-Soviet, anti-Jewish, you will see a lot of similar images, scarily extreme, almost identical. Looking at some of the posters or some of the texts from those years. So it's a very dangerous game to play. Nevertheless, it is being played in the UK press and also other forms of media in the UK, television, which is still the main one. So looking at the recent Russia report that was released by the Intelligence and Security Committee of the UK Parliament a few months ago, it doesn't seem like this is going to change anytime soon. At best, Russian-British relations are going to stay rather cold for the foreseeable future, but they are also likely to get frosty. So to wrap up, I want to say that, however, there is still hope. And I don't mean to sound cheesy, but it's actually people like you, people like me, people like us who are taking part in this conference. It's people who, or you don't have to be a Russophile, but as long as you possess the capacity to think critically, to think pragmatically, to think in terms of strategic partnership at least, then not everything is lost. And I'd like to end my short presentation with a quote by probably the greatest American president of all time, John F. Kennedy. Peace is a daily, a weekly, a monthly process, gradually changing opinions, slowly eroding old barriers, quietly building new structures. And that is hopefully what we are doing here. Thank you so much.
Ernest, thank you very much. Miriam, we have to move on to the next panel imminently. Was there anything you wanted to add?
I was, yeah. You can hear me all. I needed, I was required to give a short 5-minute statement on my behalf.
Yes, but yeah, we are running a little bit behind. I mean, is there anything you can summarize?
Actually, yes, I think it should be done in like 2 or 3 minutes.
Fine, go ahead.
I hope.
Yeah, please hope.
Yeah, just be very quick. Starting as a communication scientist and media research and focusing on media research, especially my ongoing doctoral thesis focuses on German quality media coverage of Russia against the background of modern liberal propaganda and enemy images. And I'm going to speak from a very meta perspective. Unfortunately, my previous studies, there are many similarities with what Ernest Reed just told us about the British coverage of Russia. So I don't have to go into that because that would be redundant. So I would just basically focus on one thesis, on the thesis of the great renowned German peace researcher Dieter Senghas. And his thesis is that I'm translating it into English now, for the production of ultimately inhumane and cruel weapons of mass destruction, not to appear ultimately inhumane and cruel. We need the image of a ultimately inhumane and cruel enemy, or of ultimately humane and cruel enemies. That is basically the statement of Dieter Senghas, and something we really should think about, because it comprises so much. It basically means that to justify billions and billions spent annually on arms expenditure worldwide, our system needs enemies. So but the modern, and I'm going now into my doctoral thesis, just 3 sentences and then I'm done, Nick, don't worry. The modern enemy image is a personalized one, because it is no longer politically correct or accepted on a broader basis by the public, by the broader public, that our enemies are other peoples. Nowadays, it is more adequate and politically correct that we need a bigger than life one figure who poses the big threat, and behind this one cruel, inhumane figure, behind this figure, millions of human beings become invisible when we drop bombs. Because if these millions of people are hurt or die, it is still in a way a necessary sacrifice, because we are targeting, the one big enemy, that one big figure. So that is now the modern enemy image. And in terms of the enemy image regarding Russia, I just want to say that where does it come from? The realm of evil. It doesn't come from Reagan. It goes much further back, actually to the 16th century, when the Polish church, which was also an academic hub at the time, promoted the Russian realm as the realm of evil. And it started from then. So I think it is an interesting point to make, and many do not know that. And I think it is something to think about. And that would be that. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your time. I hope I did not take too much of your time. Thank you.
No worries, Miriam. No, spot on. And thank you to all the panelists. Great insight there. We have to move straight on to the next panel. However, any questions or queries, please pop them into the chat box, and we'll try and address them just a little bit later on, because we need to move on. So I'm now going to hand the floor to our next panel chair, Mr. Anton Chesnikov of Rossotrudnichestvo. Thank you very much for your help today. So you are now the host. Floor is yours. Anton, you're now the host.
Switch on. Perfect, Nick. Thank you very much. Now microphone is on. Hello, good morning. My name is Anton Chesnikov, director of the Rossotrudnichestvo UK office, or as our friends call us, the Russian Culture House, based in London. I'm delighted to welcome our distinguished speakers to the Culture, Education and Sports panel, promoting East and West cultural ties through people-to-people ties and connections. This section of this fantastic annual Westminster Russia Forum. It is great to see everyone well as we approach the end of what proved to be a very tough and at the same time very interesting year. The COVID-19 is a global challenge and has significantly affected everyone's personal and work life. This is the period of enormous change where the global community is having to cope with unprecedented disruption, financial turbulence, and a great concern for the common future. As you know, some businesses mainly providing online services have flourished like never before, on the stay-at-home concept, remote working, while others, such as creative industries, travel, production, experienced unplanned setbacks. Cultural and creative sectors are highly important in their own right in the terms of their economic footprint and employment. They also spur innovation across the economy, as well as contribute to the numerous and other channels for positive social impact, well-being, health, education, inclusion, urban regeneration, etc. This afternoon, we have fantastic people on this panel leading the great projects supporting and promoting East and West cultural ties through people-to-people projects. Cultural and humanitarian diplomacy is striving, and we can safely say that world pandemic gave more time to rethink and carefully plan and really find new ways for projects in the near future, 2021-22. As always, in these sections, you can send us your questions via Zoom chat function. Let's begin and hear out our speakers. Please try to keep your presentations to around 5-6 minutes. And please tell us about your experience during the past 12 months and plans for the future. So we start with Martin Hoffmann, Executive Director of the Deutsche Russisch Forum, Germany. Martin, please.
Is he unmuted?
He's online, but we need to unmute his microphone, please.
Yeah, please do so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for having the opportunity to speak here. From maybe German experiences, I'm very happy to be here and to speak a little bit about the microcosm of German-Russian, of European-Russian relationships on civil society ground. We heard, and it was for me very interesting to hear what was said in the media panel, and I'm very pessimistic in the moment, of course, and this is a part of experience too, that the macrocosm represented by political actors and media actors will improve in the near future. I think the contrary is more true, and especially for Germany. But to be honest, my experience is that at least for Germany, the more difficult situations grow with Russia, the more the people-to-people ties are requested and necessary. And the German-Russian Forum has especially good experiences with municipal partnership, with twin cities, with youth exchange, and with cultural exchange. It was our plan to bring up a great possibility to make an exhibition in Russia, Diversity United, where we want to put all common artwork in Europe. Every country was pleased to show something. Of course, Corona is and the pandemic situation is very difficult in people-to-people contacts too. All our conferences were of course digital, but I'm absolutely convinced that the experience of civil society and will in the near future the only way to stay in good contact with Russia and to promote the ability to make constructive work and constructive contact with Russia is promoted from people-to-people ties. This is absolutely clear. And in this case, I must say that political actors support civil society in this case. We had very hard conflicts, especially in the case of Navalny in this year. But nevertheless, Germany is, for example, organizing a German year in Russia, and we continue to do so because I think all people see that we are in a very, very dangerous situation. The missing of personal contacts is I think, in a way underestimated. We all think about, of course, about the health consequences in health system, in economic system, but what will be if there is no possibility to have personal diplomatic contacts is very, very difficult. No reunification would have been started under the conditions of a pandemic situation. No Minsk conflict would be solved and even get to a possibility to get in contact without personal contacts. So then, of course, all our ability, all our reliability is based on these personal contacts. So far, we promote the positive contacts about governmental to municipal partnership, youth exchange, and of course, conferences like that are very, very important, because I think to hope that we change the macrocosm in the moment is not very likely, especially with a new American president. And I think the further changes in Germany are not promising as well. But what we can do, and we can rely on this, is indeed the German and the European-Russian civil society and the economic ties. With this, I will end. I will say thank you very, very much to Nick to invite the German-Russian Forum to this conference. For me, it is very, very useful and important to see how many actors are here to improve the relationships. Is for us a big support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin. Thank you very much. And now we'll move on to Alexander Fox, Director, Solidarity with Russia Trust, United Kingdom. Andrew?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Andrew.
Excellent. Well, thank you, everybody. I'm here with Elena Fox. We're the trustees of the Solidarity with Russia Trust, which is a UK registered charity, registered last year. And our three areas of activity are culture, conservation, and helping those in need. And we decided to start with culture. And that meant last year we had events in Kaliningrad and in Vladivostok to celebrate the 220th birthday of Pushkin. They were a great success. They're available on YouTube. Please enjoy them. There's great music. And we had events for the public and also workshops with artists and poets and so on. Excellent events on the two birthdays of Pushkin. His birthday, as he knew it, under the old calendar, the 26th of May. And of course, under the current calendar, the 6th of June in Vladivostok, following on from the other side of the greatness of Russia. So this year we decided to focus, and next year as well, on the creation of a Pushkin statue here in London. Amazingly, there isn't one. And I think that's a very exciting project. And Pushkin is, of course, a world poet, not just a Russian poet, but all Russians, you know, from their youth are very familiar with it. And the events we had in Kaliningrad, we had competitions organized through the local libraries. And we had people of all ages, particularly the young, but also right through the whole ages. So we're often asked, why Pushkin? And perhaps Elena can say a few words about why Pushkin is so special and why we've decided that he deserves our attention hopefully with your help. So,
I'm sorry, I will speak Russian. Мы считаем, что Пушкин это, как у нас в России говорят, это наше все, потому что этот гениальный поэт идет через сердце, через душу.
Pushkin is our great poet. He works and functions and through our spirit, through our heart, our heads, our.
И гениальность его творчества заключается в том,
and the genius of his art, his creativity,
что он охватывает все возрастные группы.
That he covers all age groups.
И чистота, скажем так, его творчества,
and the purity of his spiritual culture and creativity
помогает каждому из нас
helps each of us
радоваться жизни,
to be happy and glad with life,
больше и глубже понимать жизнь,
deeper to understand life,
свои чувства,
our feelings,
помогает нам преодолевать трудные периоды в нашей жизни.
To get through hard times.
И мы думаем, что этим он уникален и будет полезен всему миру.
And this would be the uniqueness and how he'll be helpful and add value for everybody across the world.
Спасибо.
Thank you. So basically, we wanted to create this statue in London. We're working on that. And we had three things we needed. We needed to have a brilliant design. We needed a sensible fundraising plan. And we needed a suitable location. The third is something I can't talk about right now, but we hope to bring you news on that in due course. On the first one, we found a brilliant sculptor, Andrew Sinclair, who works up from his studios on Dartmoor. And he has done an amazing maquette, a design of the statue, which sits in a pool, which will be a dynamic water function with light and movement, as well as the statue itself. Our expert on Pushkin, Julian Lowenfeld, who's written books about Pushkin. He's a great translator of Pushkin. He was awarded the Russian citizenship last year. And as you know, the main airport in Moscow was also named after Pushkin last year. So it's very much a Pushkin time. And he says, well, one of the things that's special about the statue compared to other statues is it's a joyful, energetic statue. I hope you'll enjoy seeing it online. Have a look at pushkinstatue.org. It's a good site. You can see what we're doing, why we're doing it, and also the social media that's attached to that. On the fundraising, we have a level of comfort on that at this stage. Caroline Carey is looking after this. She's a qualified and professional fundraiser. We've worked with her before, and we are expecting it to come essentially from three sources. Would be large corporate foundation supporters. We will have private individuals who want to sponsor one of the paving stones that go around the event, around the whole pool. And that will be up to 100 of those. And then there will be support from smaller people who support the Pushkin statue project in London. So that's what we're doing on that. So all I would say is we're happy to take any questions, but we look forward to having the support and engagement of the members of the forum. And we hope that you will enjoy visiting our website and following our progress. Thank you, Anton.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Thank you very much. Now, if you don't mind, Richard Pierce will be at 25 past. So we move on to Olga Balaklets, president of the Ensemble Productions, UK, Russia. Olga, we switch on your microphone. There we go.
Am I on? Can you hear me?
Yes, you are.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Anton, for the introduction. Thank you so much, Nick, for inviting me to be on the panel. Really, really delighted. You see, thanks to our technology, we're able to meet again online this year. I'm really, really happy to contribute to this panel as we see the cultural sector, and everyone who is working in the cultural sector is probably the most successful in our mission to keep improving the relationship between our countries, where possibly other sectors find it more challenging. And of course, we all happy to do everything, whatever we can, to keep contributing, keep working in this sector. As you've suggested, I will mention a few projects which have been implemented during the pandemic time, which became, of course, very, very challenging for the whole world, for anyone, and of course for us organizing cultural events. To start with, it seemed to be really, really impossible. But we had to adapt, and I'm pleased to say that we were able to arrange a number of successful projects online, and of course in close cooperation with Rossotrudnichestvo, and some with the Russian embassy in London. We are very, very grateful for your support, of course. Anton, thank you very, very much. I will mention a few of them. The 75th anniversary victory concert online with the participation of many, many important Russian artists. We were really very, very touched by such a great response when all this very busy and difficult artists to get opened their hearts and responded to the invitation and took part in this online action. Many of them not only provided recordings, performed something online specially for this online event, but also recorded personal messages. That was very, very moving, and everyone was, of course, talking about celebrating this important day with Great Britain. And it was a really unique feeling of unity. And we were pleased also by the participation of a few important British artists, including legendary actor Jeremy Irons and rock musician Tony Moore, and a few others. Another event which we organized in cooperation with Rossotrudnichestvo took place online. That was an opera event with the participation of Mariinsky and Bolshoi soloists who were performing Russian arias and Russian romances. And again, Russian opera stars were very, very happy to take part in this action, an invitation receiving from United Kingdom. And otherwise, we conducted a number of interviews with Russian ballet stars who possibly for the first time were sharing very special secrets and not only explaining how they were dealing with their lives and work during the pandemic, but talking genuinely even about the Russian ballet school and about performing. And we have, of course, plans to continue this initiative and to interview more ballet dancers and opera dancers and famous Russian musicians, because through these interviews and these conversations, we really, really believe more and more people in Britain and around the world could discover their talents, their personalities, and this this process could become very human, very, very important again in building and strengthening our relationship, and almost becoming a very important additional diplomatic mission for us. Obviously, times remaining still very, very challenging because in the UK we are not allowed to organize concerts and events with a full capacity. Certain opportunities started coming up. We are very, very hopeful, of course, for the spring. But during these times, of course, we discovered new opportunities which we are going to implement, improve, and there will be more and more online activities, which certainly will be contributing, as I already mentioned, to our relationship. And of course, we very much look forward to organizing, coming back to live events. Russian Ballet Icons Gala is a very, very successful event, which was organized now for so many years, since 2006, when it was celebrating the 80th anniversary of our legendary ballerina Maya Mikhailovna Plisetskaya. And a number of other concerts involving Russian and British artists. There are many ideas in the pipeline, and we're very, very hopeful that very, very soon we will be able to come back to concert halls, theaters, and of course, financial realization of this project is always challenging. During the pandemic and in post-pandemic time, definitely it will be even more challenging. But I think we all have a mission to discover new ways of fundraising and on supporting our great mission of keeping our active exchange between the Russian and British cultures. I think we can try to involve many more people, maybe on more modest level, such fundraisers as crowdfunding. And again, because of new technological opportunities, I think we can discover more and more of such opportunities. And I think many more people on a small and modest level would like to follow us and support this really, really important cultural events, because they are keeping our relationship alive, growing respect between the people, and of course, keeping this great interest between our countries. I would like to mention, of course, the hard work of the Russian community, because they're contributing a lot to cultural events, and we are going to do many more things together. I also would like to mention one important initiative as a registration and opening of the British-Russian Civil Chamber, which will have very ambitious plans, and I'm sure in the next few years they will be able to contribute a lot to the relationship between our countries. And also Ippolitov Ivanov Musical Institute, one of the major musical institutions in Moscow. We started a very interesting conversation, and they're confirming that they would also very much would like to contribute to cultural exchange between our countries. I'm always worried about being able to deliver a speech in 5 minutes. Of course, I feel very, very passionate about cultural events in Russia and in Britain, and about cultural exchange. I would like to thank the panel for everything what they're doing, and would be more than happy to stay in close touch and to help anyone's initiative in any way I can. I think it is really wonderful for such event like today's event to take place, because only during these meetings, during these events, we can discover even more what we can do to work more successfully together and bringing our nations together. Thank you very much, Anton, again. Thank you very much, Nick, for organizing and for inviting me. If there are any questions, please, I will be happy to answer. Otherwise, again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Olga. Thank you very much. I think all of us are looking forward to the live events, and hopefully that will happen quite soon. Let's be positive about that.
Of course, we should definitely be very positive.
Thank you, Olga. Now we'll move on to our next speaker, Michael Wynne Parker, Chairman of Intercom International, President of Commonwealth Sambo Association, and the Head of Imperial Orthodox Palestine Society, United Kingdom branch. Sir, are you online? Yes, yeah. Just a second. Please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Oh, great. Thank you. I pressed the right button then, finally. First of all, thank you, Anton, very much indeed. And thank you, Nick. And thanks to all the wonderful speakers so far who have highlighted the huge importance of the developing the important relations which already exist, but which sadly have been distorted or undermined of late, with which we're all familiar. The two subjects that I wish to touch on in the context of culture and sport are the work of course, the work of the Imperial Orthodox Palestine Society and the Sambo Association. I should just say, as a background, I have been involved with Russia since 1991, when I took the first British company, DSL, forming an association with the Alpha A group, and our first client being BP. We were obviously hugely successful. So I have a very high regard for Anglo-Russian business, even though this is not the topic at the moment. Let me start with the Imperial Society. This was founded by the Grand Duchess Elizabeth, sister-in-law of Nicholas II, and obviously has a very close link with our own royal family, and has support from His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales and other members of the royal family. We're very new in this country. We've been established just 3 years, and a third of this time we've been under partial lockdown, but we have a very strong group of trustees and a council, and it represents a cross-section of British and Russian people. Of course, the essence of this is the spiritual Russian ties that unite our nations for 1,000 years. And this is often forgotten. We talk of the special relationship with America, which started 71 years ago. So 1,000 years is rather an amazing context for us to develop our work within. We will be hosting, God willing, a conference in London on the 1st of November, and you will all be receiving invitations to this. It will comprise an exhibition of the life and work of the Grand Duchess Elizabeth, which indeed was previously held in Berlin last year, and other activities around this exhibition. We feel very strongly that the Christian roots, which are the basis of Western civilization, and which are under attack in the West, we're all very familiar with this, which is probably one of the serious causes of the breakdown with modern Russian Western relations. Because as the Judeo-Christian tradition evaporates in the West, being taken over by other religions such as wokeness and so on and so forth, in Russia the opposite is happening, and the restoration of the churches of the Russian Orthodox faith right across the country, and the ensuing traditional values which follow. It's very simple to follow this, and we're going through, therefore, a very interesting stage in our international history. The West declines, Russia arises in this context. Sport has also always played a very important part in international relations, as we know with the Olympic Committee's great work, the Olympic Games, and other international sporting events. Well, the World Cup in Russia was exceptional, and it drew many of the younger people referred to by an earlier speaker to Russia for the first time. And these young people went to different parts of the country and all came back with glowing reports of the friendliness with which they were received. Sambo is a synthesis of martial arts which developed during the Soviet period, but very interestingly includes a British element, which is called Cornish wrestling. So there was even then an element of British involvement in this sport. In the British Commonwealth, where I'm privileged to be the chairman, we have over 39 countries participating, and we shall be holding the Commonwealth finals next July, God willing, in Scotland. The sport is, of course, very well known to every Russian, and it's especially important for young people because the essence of this sport is non-violent self-defense. And you just imagine if every young person gained and was initiated into the first simple steps of non-violent self-protection, how much better the world, how much safer the world would be, not to mention the savings on behalf of insurance companies. The sport is developing in the UK. We have very, very strong samboists in England. And before the lockdown, 6 or 7 new schools teaching our methodologies were opening right across London and beyond. So in conclusion, because time has run out, I believe, I will say this. Politicians can divide us, but sport and culture unite us. And this was vividly brought home to me in my 20s when I sat down at a table for a business meeting with a Palestinian friend and a Jewish friend. They cast aside their political differences in forming a business. And it taught me very early on, as a previous speaker said in the economic section, that when people are doing business together, then they're not fighting each other. And the same with culture and with sport. And it was a great pleasure to follow Olga Balakleets because we worked together with in the great Russian musical traditions, ballet and opera, early in the 90s. So this was a great thing to follow you, Olga, wherever you are now. And I'd like to again thank you, Nick, for including me, and thank you, Anton, for taking charge of this session.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Now, let me just switch to our next speaker. Thank you very much, Michael and Parker. And we're still accepting people into the room. So our next speaker today is Francis Russell, co-chair of Arctic Convoy Museum Project, United Kingdom. Just a second, Russell. Mr. Russell, we're switching on your microphone. Please accept. Yes, thank you. Yeah, we can hear you.
You can hear me now, can you?
Perfect, thank you.
Well, good afternoon to you all, and thank you for the invitation. I had no idea that such a panel existed, but you learn something new every day. When we started our museum in 2011, the project, we started with nothing, just the name. We now have a museum, and we've already had over 20,000 visitors from 20 different countries around the world. And the purpose of the museum Italy was just to relate and preserve the story of all those brave participants from all sides who took part in the Arctic Convoy campaign. The underlying issue there was to provide material for Russia during the war. However, a side effect of all that has been we've been able to meet people from various parts, including many Russians. We have very good relations with the Consul General in Edinburgh, and they come up every year, and we've had various events to which they have been here. We've had Prince Michael of Kent to celebrate one particular event, and he was due to come up this year to mark the 75th anniversary of the end of the war, but COVID obviously paid to that, and we're still planning to hold it next year. But we have been able to, I think, in a small way, help with this idea of improving relations. We've been very lucky in the museum. We've received from a school in Siberia some fabulous drawings and paintings by children there. We've received 2 sculptures of a Russian veteran and a UK veteran, again from a very famous sculptor in Siberia. We have good relations with people in St. Petersburg, in the museum there, and in Murmansk. And all the time, this idea of improving relations carries on. And we have been quite successful. Despite COVID, we've only been open for a short time this year, but we have run out of space. We have to build a new extension, a big extension, and we're now currently raising money for that, because we continuously get new artifacts and gifts from veterans or their families, and we love to receive visitors from all over the world. We've had quite a few visitors from Russia, from Germany, from far away as Australia and New Zealand. And so we have a good museum, and if you want to find more about it, you can visit our website, and that will tell you later on if we're going to hold this major event next year in around May. But obviously with the current COVID situation, no one really knows what's going to happen. People might ask, well, why do you have a museum up in the remote northwest of Scotland? The reason being is that we're a small band of volunteers, and Loch Ewe, where we are based, was the assembly point for many of the convoys that sailed to Russia. And despite its remoteness, we get many, many visitors, and we now have followers throughout the world. So that is really all I have to say at the moment, but thank you for inviting me. Hello?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Russell. And thank you very much for preserving memories of great people that fought for our freedom. Doing a fantastic job, and wish you best of luck with all the arrangements for the next year.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, let me just change the speaker now. Okay. So our next speaker is Sergei Vasilyev, former director of MGIMO Odintsovo branch, Russia. Mr. Vasilyev, can you raise hand? It doesn't seem we can't find you on the screen. Nicholas, can you see? Ah, yes. Just switching on your microphone, please.
Okay, I've just switched.
Fantastic.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you, Anton. And can I begin?
Yes.
Am I heard? Oh, do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Sergei Vasilyev, and I consider this opportunity to make a brief remark at this reputable forum as a great privilege. Currently, I'm Deputy Director of the International Institute of Energy Policy and Diplomacy, which is part of the MGIMO University in Moscow. And until last February, I had been director of MGIMO University branch in Odintsovo for 4 years. Actually, I'm responsible for academic cooperation with our European partner universities. I can speak for hours discussing all facets of our international research, studies, cultural events, and other activities. But given that brevity is a soul of talent, my remark will be confined to discussing with you double degree master programs which we run. So actually we understand that we are in education and we cooperate with European partners in education. MGIMO is a signatory to the Bologna process, and besides, we build upon one of the major MGIMO competitive advantages that all our students speak good English. So this allows us to offer to our and international students a broad range of master programs implemented jointly with our partner universities. So currently we run 4 double degree master programs jointly with leading European universities, and these are: number 1, Russian-Italian double degree program, oil and gas sector economics and international energy policy issues, with Luigi Bocconi University in Milan. And successful graduates of this program will be awarded a Master of Economics in World Energy, which is a degree from MGIMO, and a Master of Economics and Sociology degree from the Bocconi University with appropriate national diploma. Another program is Russian-German double degree program, International Energy Economics and Business Administration, which we run jointly together with Leipzig University in Germany. The third program is Russian-Norwegian double degree program, International Business in the oil and gas sector. And this program we implement jointly with Nord University in Bodø, Norway. And actually this is the oldest program, double degree program. It used to be our pilot implementation sort of. With Britain, we run Russian-British master degree program, which is called Sustainable Development and Strategic Management in Energy. And we run it together with St. Andrews University. Russian and international master students study together, taking turns between MGIMO and our partner universities. And of course, tuition is in English. And we're sure that the above educational programs pursue not only educational or academic goals, they are a very efficient tool of fostering a positive dialogue between Russian and international students, between Russia and other European countries. And specifically, I'm very glad and privileged to be coordinator of the Russian-British program with St. Andrews. So, even now, regardless of pandemic, we are still active with our Russian and international students. Just a couple of hours ago, I had a class with my students from Bocconi University, and we had a very good and interesting discussion, and we have good classes. So actually, in conclusion, I would like to wish this forum well, and also would like to thank the forum organizers for allowing me to attend it. Also, I wish all those present Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. So thank you for listening, and I'm ready to entertain your questions, if any. So I wanted to make my remark as brief as possible, given that we have lack of time, running short of time. So thank you, Anton.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Vasilyev. Any questions now, or we'll, as we discussed, we'll put them in the chat room. So we have a last speaker in this section, Richard Pierce, director and founder of the British Football School of Moscow, United Kingdom. Richard, can you show yourself, please? Or... Nicholas, can you see Richard? Richard Pierce. Can we see him?
Yes, Richard is wearing the red top, blue. Richard, can you wave at the camera, please? Richard? Mr. Pierce? You're up.
There we go.
Ah, there you are.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Anton. Well, thank you, everybody, for the opportunity to speak. It's excellent to see so many people connecting online, and I believe it's one of the benefits of this current global period that we're going through with the pandemic. One of the big benefits is allowing to connect with so many more people. So thank you very much for the opportunity to present and to be involved with the Westminster Russia Forum on the dialogue of how we can all work together to collaborate to bring further ties between the UK and Russia. My name is Richard Beers. I'm the director of British Football School, and today I'll briefly explain about the importance of sports projects highlighted by Michael just beforehand to help educate and assist cross-cultural collaborations between our two very good countries. So I'll start a little bit about with a brief description about myself, my history in the business, and the projects in Moscow and St. Petersburg, where we're currently based in, and how we're collaborating with Russian charities and cultural organisations to educate, as it were. So my name is Richard, as I said beforehand. A brief introduction about myself. I used to be a football trainer at Manchester City Football Club, and it was a lifelong ambition to travel to Russia and to go from Vladivostok to Moscow on the train. I was very fortunate to have a little bit of time to do this. I did this 10 years ago, and like one of the earlier speakers was saying, Mr. Owen, it's fantastic to travel on the train in Russia. So I would urge anyone that hasn't done that to give it a try. When many wonderful people learned a lot about the country, culture, the history, and a little bit of the language along the way. I eventually arrived at Moscow and saw that there would be an opportunity to start a sports school. So back in 2013, we did this. We worked with the British Embassy to deliver the Football Remembers project in 2014. We had students from a local school, local British school, participated in a match to highlight the importance of the 100th anniversary of the Christmas truce in 2014. The embassy were fantastic to work with, and I was working with Alison, the ambassador's wife, to really develop that project. And I believe we were the first one across the whole world to run that. We worked with also a local jet ski job, and I understood the importance of continuing the link with children into the future, and we've been training them once a week in Moscow ever since. So the last 7 years. Charity is very important to reach out. We were given the opportunity to develop the business in Russia, and as part of our outreach work that we like to continue that goodwill, as it were. Slightly before I went to Russia, I started a small UK charity called IORF, and I ran a number of marathons to raise money for a jet ski dome in Castellano. So now we've incorporated that into the business. So we upscaled this as the years have gone on, and now in collaboration with the British Embassy, we are running what's called British Sports Day and British Community Days. So unfortunately, we did not have the event on this year, but previous events have been at Spartak Moscow, Lokomotiv Moscow, and it's a very important event on our calendar to bring not only our own children to educate them with the importance of outreach work and to expand the horizons. But we're now working with children from India, from Israel, from France, from Italy, UK, America, Canada, all living here in Moscow to have a football tournament, to have fun, to exchange ideas, and to show that a sport is a good thing to bring people together. So this is an important part of our outreach work. Our main business is to give children the opportunity to have good quality English language football trainings and general sports a positive experience of sport through fun and engaging trainings. We train children from the ages of 3 until 14, and the training is paid. Now, interestingly, we're going online with the trainings, doing weekly trainings to children all the way across Russia from our living rooms. So that's also quite an interesting project. So we have run these projects, small-scale projects in Moscow. We should be working with SOS Children Villages to run more projects into the future and support local children that wouldn't be able to have the opportunities like our own children. So we see that sport is a great avenue to bring people together, to bring communities together, and more so just a little bit of information about ourselves. I'll be very happy to engage with whoever would like to participate in any of our trainings into the future. If that is any parents that have children that would like to come to any of our trainings in Westminster, or if that's going to be working with more cultural organisations to grow the link between the UK and Russia through sport. I was very fortunate to be here in 2018 for the World Cup. I'm very fortunate to be able to live my dream to organise a football match between England and Russia on Red Square. One of the best moments of my life to be involved in that. So we see and we experience, we live, we do business in sport and education. So we'd be very happy to work with other organisations to try and develop further projects to bring the UK and Russia together. So thank you very much for the opportunity to participate. So I'm just going to leave a little information in the chat box about previous projects that we've done that's been promoted by the Ministry of Intelligence here, and my contact details. I'll be very happy to keep in contact with anyone that would like to engage in sports into the future, and to take any questions on the chat box. So thank you very much again for the opportunity to participate. I wish everyone a safe and healthy afternoon and an early Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much, Richard. Great to see you. I think we've seen each other last time live a couple of years ago back at Rossotrudnichestvo with the presentation of your great initiative. Good luck, and hopefully you'll be. I mean, online sports and football training is fantastic, as we've seen, as I've seen even with my daughter this year. But hopefully we get back to the live pitches and play there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Have a good time.
Thank you. Let me just switch back just a second. So, yes, so this is drawn to close of this section. Let me thank all of the participants of this discussion and consolidate. Today, more than ever before, culture in all forms has a vital role to play in international relations. This really stems for a wider connective and human values that culture has. Culture is both the means by which we come to understand others and an aspect of life with the self-worth that we really enjoy and seek out. Cultural exchange gives us the chance to appreciate points of commonality, and where there are differences, to understand the motivations and humanity that underlie them. Cultural contracts continue to provide a forum for unofficial political relationship building. Really, it keeps on open negotiating channels with the countries where political connections are in jeopardy, and it really helps to recalibrate relationships for this challenging and changing times. It is clear that the future alliances are just as likely to be forged along the lines of cultural understanding as they are on economic or geographic ones. Let me take a moment once again to thank Westminster Russia Forum, Nicholas Kolb, and the whole team behind them for organizing this event, and I wish you to stay strong and healthy in these turbulent times, and of course more live events hopefully in foreseeable future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anton. Thank you very much to all the panelists. We are running 22 minutes late, so we're going to try and make up some time, but that's normal. That's exactly what you expect with a live event. So expect the unexpected, I think, is the way to go. So Anton, can you make me the host, please?
Yes, it worked.
No.
Okay, let's try again. Nicholas. Let's try this.
Okay. Thanks,
Got it?
Anton.
Fantastic.
Okay, it's a great pleasure to start with Alexander Yarovoy from the Russian trade delegation in London to give the official trade view. So the floor is yours. I'm just asking you to unmute and welcome. Welcome to all our panelists. We'll come to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank Nicholas, Anton, and distinguished participants of today's online event for your attention to Russo-British trade and economic relations. Such forums help to build confidence and find really fresh ideas how to promote our dialogue. Today it is crucial to support economic relations and discuss new opportunities. Global pandemic and the uncertainty caused by Brexit affected British economy, and it is great to see that strong business cooperation between our countries remains in place, and it helps companies to bridge over current difficulties. Let me be more specific. According to British statistics, in 9 months of 2020, Russian export to the UK has almost doubled due to high demand for gold and precious metals among central banks and investors. Some other groups of Russian export, including commodities, have been, of course, shrinking during 2020. And the pandemic, of course, hit the demand in some areas. Also, most of British export of goods to Russia has dropped down by approximately 15%. On the other hand, this decrease is not dramatic. With this in total, after 9 months of 2020, the Russo-British trade turnover of goods, not services, but goods, statistically showed growth, and it has already reached $19 billion. With this record, Russia is currently the 4th largest exporter to the UK after the European Union, the US, and China. Traditionally, we as a trade delegation, we do not make detailed forward-looking statements, but in general, we do expect that in 2020, bilateral trade turnover could reach $23–24 billion. We estimate these indicators as surprisingly positive in the current context. The first half of 2021 will clarify whether the recovery of damaged sectors of trade will be fast enough and what measures to support further growth could be realized. I cannot avoid mentioning Brexit. You're probably wondering how we assess Brexit's impact on Russo-British trade and economic relationship. What I can only say now is that possibly new UK global tariffs will help to find new opportunities for non-European exporters and possibly Russian exporters as well. But in general, much remains uncertain, of course. I want to comment on the important topics which are always on the table. As the UK hosts a global climate conference, we do expect that British business will use this opportunity to enhance our cooperation in such sectors as ecology, renewable energy, waste management, and others. Talking about other opportunities, I should say that in the UK, there is a demand for Russian natural and organic food, for metallurgy, construction materials, some types of information technologies, medical devices, and different innovative developments. it would be important to transform this demand into new contracts. And of course, we as a trade delegation are always open to discuss all existing opportunities. Dear colleagues, in 2020, international business ties are being tested more than ever. And Russo-British trade relations are not an exception. I do hope that previous positive experience and our joint efforts today will help to get the most out of this moment. Thank you for your attention, and hopefully we will meet again soon offline. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to take it after the session, or you can write me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Alexander. I mean, just on that point, we will be sharing more detailed data and information after the event, so that will all be on the blog. So please, guys, just have a quick look on the blog over the next week, and then you'll find information up there. So I now hand over to Miriam, who will introduce our next speakers.
Wonderful. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah? Wonderful. It is now my pleasure to introduce my European speakers I succeeded in bringing on board, and it's a great honor to introduce to you Dr. Karin von Bismarck. She is chair of the Business Club Russia, Germany, Russia in Berlin. And let's see what she has to contribute to this panel. I'm looking forward to it very much. And yes, I'm going to unmute, help unmute Karin. And I'm not able at the moment.
No, Miriam, I'm doing that. Don't worry.
Great, wonderful. And if everything is going okay for Ms. von Bismarck, the floor is all yours.
No, she's still on mute, so perhaps another speaker.
Okay, okay, then we will change to Hermann Pönisch. Let us unmute him. Mr. Hermann Pönisch. He is the Vice President of the East-West Business Club Bavaria in Munich from Germany. Very happy to have you as a panelist here. Thank you very, very much for speaking to us, for your time, and it is a great honor to have you here. So please, Hermann, the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to be invited to this worldwide network. It's really impressive. May I briefly introduce myself? Since the 70s of the last century, I have been active both professionally and voluntarily in and with Russia. This has led to many personal friendships, including with Professor Yuri Andreevich Asipyan, Vice President of the Academy of Sciences and scientific advisor to Mikhail Gorbachev. Let me start with a bon mot of the quantum physicist Niels Bohr. Forecasts are always difficult, especially when they concern the future. A reduced brief analysis of the existing situation reveals two facts. Economically, Russia must modernize its economy from the ground up in almost all areas, with a possible exception of the military industry, in order not only to be able to sell raw materials, but to create a value chain involving the processing and refining its raw materials. This alone will ensure economic stability in the medium and long term. I discussed this problem many years ago with a very young economist, Vlad Belov, now a well-known economics professor at the Russian Academy of Sciences. Politically, Russia's political relations with the European Union have cooled more and more in recent years due to well-known processes, created mainly for domestic political reasons. Targeted pinpricks from both sides, I mention here only the recent reception of representatives of a certain German party by Foreign Minister Lavrov, are certainly not particularly conducive to improving this climate. Our British friends may allow me a little side blow. A free trade agreement with Russia is perhaps easier to achieve at the moment than one with the United States. The political situation is currently the bottleneck for prosperous economic cooperation, and it doesn't look like that could change it in short term. So, what we can do to improve the situation for both sides. Our East-West Economic Forum Bavaria has been on this mission since 1968, starting at what was then the Iron Curtain at the Bavarian-Czechoslovakian border. One of our focal points today is Russia. It is important to overcome the speechlessness of the political level. We do this by trying to keep language channels open at all levels. This includes initiatives by the civil society. With the active support of German companies, the East-West Economic Forum Bavaria had a peace chapel built on the Stalingrad battlefield in 2016 after years of preparatory work. This chapel connects the two cemeteries of the fallen of this battle. The construction was under the patronage of foreign ministers of our two countries, Sergei Viktorovich Lavrov and Franz-Walter Steinmeier, who were both present at the laying of the foundation stone. The companies that supported the construction have since enjoyed great attention on the Russian market. I deliberately choose this example to show that it is not only about economic interests, but also about mutual understanding. If we get back to understanding each other better, we will see the positive effects very quickly in economic relations as well. There was once the idea of an economic area from Lisbon to Vladivostok. Let's make this idea a reality. Then no obstacles will stand in the way of a peaceful coexistence and mutual beneficial cooperation. Thank you very much for attention. I'm with you. Thank you, and again, bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Haman. Thank you, and thanks to your organization as well. It's great to work with you guys.
Thank you.
Nick, could you let re-enter Miss Karin, Dr. Karin von Bismarck?
She's already part of the group. She's already online.
Oh, she's online. Okay. But she says she cannot enter. I don't know. There's some.
Well, I don't know. It's showing up here as that she's online. I'm asking to unmute her.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Let me just.
Hello.
Yes. Hi, Karen.
Hi. I can unmute, but I can't join the meeting. Funny enough.
Well, we can hear you fine. So.
Yes, I can see that. But you know, but I have no clue where I'm at the moment and to whom I'm speaking at the moment. So this is a little bit awkward situation to me at present.
Well, you're in the business panel of the Westminster Russia Forum. We have 55 attendees, and yeah. So.
Yeah. The problem is a little bit that I actually joined another session of yours before where I was a little bit late. May I just get out of the meeting and reassign myself so that I get
that's not a problem. Yeah, not a problem. We can move to another speaker and
that would be very much appreciated. Thank you
very much.
Thanks.
Okay, then I think, Nick, let me introduce our next European speaker from the Schneider Group. Is that correct? Okay, so yeah, welcome. Welcome, Mr. Philip Godgen, CEO of the International Schneider Group from the UK, based in Russia. It is a great honor to have such a high-ranking representative of the Schneider Group here. It's a very influential company, very active, and yeah, so we have you unmuted, help you unmute, and then the floor is all yours. Welcome, Mr. Philip Godgen.
Thank you very much, and hello everyone. I think the message from me, I'll try and keep it very brief. I know we're running behind time, but it's really that Russia is open for business. We have over 350 clients, European mainly clients, a lot of them from Germany and German-speaking countries because of the heritage of Schneider Group as a company, which has existed since 2003, but a number from the UK and indeed from outside Europe as well. And our role, I think, is to ease the way for these companies to do business in Russia. And that is everything from providing back office services, providing strategically scouting for partners, for clients, for sites, for production. We help them localize production. And I think despite, the tailwinds that have been extensively referred to, during the last few hours and even the last few minutes, I think it's important to recognize as well the progress that's been made in Russia over these years, and we have a number of things I think really going for us here as well in that respect. I think one that I'll single out, I think, is the ease of doing business index. In 2010, Russia ranked 124. In the world, and as of 2019, 28. So that's huge progress, and it's been steady progress as well, which I think, the country should be given credit for removing a lot of the barriers to business. For those of us who live here, and I've lived here constantly since 1995, and first came as a university student from Britain in 1980 during Brezhnev's time. The transformation that has occurred is remarkable. Everyday life here is bound up with a lot of bureaucracy, which often seems excessive. But on the other hand, and I think many speakers have referred to this, the human aspect, is the one that allows to triumph over a lot of this petty bureaucracy and makes it very livable and manageable. I think there are indeed, ways to ease the way for companies into Russia, and we're available to help companies do that. So if anyone, knows of UK companies or indeed European ones that are interested in developing in pretty much any sector, we have companies from oil and gas, mining, pharma, retail, and many others as well, who are working. I'd be very happy to assist them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Philip.
Thank you, Philip, very, very much. Insightful words. So it is my pleasure. Again, let's have another try with Dr. Karin von Bismarck, Chair of the Business Club Germany, Russia in Berlin. And let's just try if we can unmute her. Nick, can you help me there?
That's right. Karen?
Can you hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you. Welcome.
Yeah, great. Yay, welcome. Welcome back. So this time all seems to be working. Karin, please, the floor is all yours.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Actually, I'm running the Wirtschaftsclub Russland, translated Business or Economiczny Club Rossia, German Economiczny Club Rossia. And what I would like to share with you, we had a lot of insights. I just heard about all the insights. I thought I'm sharing with you some insights from our members actually being on the ground in Russia at the moment. And the situation, we have a similar situation as we have in other countries in Europe, but we have a frozen public segment. So public investments have been frozen at least until summer 2021. We also have a kind of freeze, or which affects the private segment, and we have a kind of freeze in the private segment. I'm sure you all know about that. That's not the news. It has an impact, and COVID-19 has an impact on our members because our face-to-face meetings, the face-to-face meetings of the AHK Russia, of all the Rotary clubs, of all the clubs in Russia, actually don't take place anymore. And as good as we are, thank you very much here for Westminster Russia Forum for initiating this forum here, because this exchange has been proven to be very, very important and valid to the people on the ground and the economy and actually the connection of the European Russian people. We've heard that before in other sections where I've been participated, that actually between the people, the connection is still okay-ish. Suffering a little bit, but it's okay. But I'm leaving out all political and economical aspects, and this is very, very important. And this starts to suffer because people can't meet up anymore. And meeting up in this forum, thank you very much again for initiating this and giving us the ability to meet here. Nevertheless, it's not the same. And we have to go a big step further, and maybe the millenniums, they have the ability to exchange on these platforms as they would do in natural life. I believe most of us who are over their 30s now, so above the millenniums, really have difficulties in having the same level of exchange. And this is super, super important to keep the relationship between Russia and, say, Europe, Germany. Now I'm German, but it's the same with the UK, it's the same with many countries, actually lively. Can I say lively or alive? Yeah, it's not so much about keeping it work. It will work, it will always work. And politics will make sure that it will work on some whatever level, not the point. But to keep it alive, to feel it with real people life, with people passion, with ambition, with maybe, you know, the ideas of real people doing business in one or the other country, living in the country, understanding the other culture, feeling the other culture. And I think this is one of the most important things which I want to share here. And I'm sure we have a lot of experts who know much more about the economy. I haven't been able to be in Russia since beginning of 2020. So it's almost 1 year that I haven't been there. We had great plans, and we are still very positive as a business club, German-Russian business club. We are still positive. We have been positive a few times and had to postpone. We are still planning our annual, it's a running event in Moscow. We are planning it together with the AHK in Germany. This year together as an event in May. Hopefully it will happen. We are planning our Business Day Russia in Russia for international businesses and Russian business in Russia, hopefully in March. We are most likely we have to postpone again. You can, yeah, we know, but let's keep positive about that. We are planning our spring reception, and this might be reasonable on the 12th of April to have a spring reception for international and Russian businesses, face-to-face meeting and digital meeting in Moscow itself. So these are just a few things what we are planning. So we still keep planning, but because we know and we understand how important it is, beside all these formats, to meet up with each other face to face. And hopefully that by the time being and coming, we will learn to be better with our interaction and personal interaction in online formats, because I think this is still not natural. It's not natural to my generation. And I think it's not natural to most of us to bring across, the personality, the feelings, and, everybody who has been in Russia, and most of you have lived there or have extensive, or being even Russian, extensive experience. Russia is about emotions. It's not about best practice, best quality, best price, best time. That's important for Germans. And this is good value. But at the end of the day, you only do business in Russia with people who you love. Yeah. Maybe not as a family love, but who you trust. And to build up trust is very difficult if you speak on a screen and try to bring across the emotions. And I really do hope we learn to be better at this. I really do hope that I'm able to get in contact with one of or the other of you after the session to maybe build up a relationship. And I really do hope for all of us that we will be able to reinforce our relationship, get into new relationship, and build up this trust between our countries. Might it be Russia, UK, Russia, Germany, Russia, Europe, whoever it might be. It's dialogue, it's building bridges, and it's building up trust. And that's what we stand for. And that's what I wish for all of you. And therefore, thank you very much, Westminster Russian Forum, for initiating this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Karin, for your insightful words. And may I say, for your emotional speech, which is, I think, a very important thing in these days, to also show emotions, which is very human and brings us closer together. Thank you very much for that. I was supposed now to bring in my last European speaker, Professor Dr. Luigi Santa Croce from the Aldo Moro University and president of the East-West Bridge International Italy. Unfortunately, due to technical problems, he can't seem to be, his connection, he's off. He has tried several times. I tried to work it out with him.
Not a problem.
But it seems, yeah, we can't seem to work it out. So please forgive me. Apologies for Luigi not being able to participate, but he sends his best. He loves to come on board next time because Luigi is a very renowned academic from Italy. So my apologies. Not
to worry. Thanks, Miriam, and thanks, Karen, as well. And say we are planning to have a physical event next year. So thank you very much, Karen. Great. It's always a pleasure, great pleasure to work with your organisation. So great.
Thank you. And
okay, so I'd now like to bring in our next speaker from here in the UK, Mr. Anatoly Gorlov, who is a co-founding director of Fintuity, UK's premier online financial advisory firm. Anatoly, the floor is yours. Anatoly?
Yeah, here we go. Does it sound better?
Yeah, that's better. There you are.
Yeah, hi everyone. Yeah, very nice to meet you today. Pleasure. Interesting. I've joined a bit late, so I just had a chance to listen through a few presentations. Very interesting. I believe I should probably say a few words about our business, our company, the industry we're working in, and how we are connected in a way to Russia these days. So we are a financial advisory company that's been set up about 4 years ago. And we primarily service UK retail market. So we cover pension, financial advice in general, investments, protection, mortgages. So pretty much we cover all financial needs. And recently, we've seen that in Russia there has been a big change in the regulatory space, and apparently Russia is going to move from an old brokerage model it was running, where financial advisors could have recommended pretty much everything and not be liable for that, to a more financial planning, I would say, industry where you are accountable for what you recommend. And a lot of that has been, I would say, the regulation that's been introduced has been a lot by far, I would say, based on UK's regulation. So it's very interesting to see how our two countries these days may not be super close on many fronts. However, we still maintain this connection unofficially, and there is a lot of experiences being shared still between the countries, and hopefully with the new, I would say, post-COVID world, which would definitely be going to be new and more online dependent. And that's why, for example, we as a company promote online services predominantly. And we've seen quite a significant uptick in the business itself and worldwide, where people would use safe and reliable means of connections. However, we do believe that meeting people face to face is important. So we're all looking forward for this disaster to pass. And the good thing about this year, I must say, is that Russia was, and UK were the two countries that were among the first to open up air bridges, which helped a lot to develop business. I can say definitely our company benefited a lot from that. So we helped us to be in Russia at the right time, and hopefully the trade between the countries is going to expand. And as our company, we are interesting again what's going to be the situation post Brexit, and how we're going to build up ties with Europe, and trying to connect pretty much main capitals, European capitals, London and Moscow. That's our kind of longer term goal, and hopefully we're going to see each other more often. Nick and your colleagues, they've done an amazing job organizing this event. Thank you. I'm a big supporter of that, so I'll try to keep it short. I know you're running a bit late, so thank you very much, and stay safe.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Anatoly. And as I say, we're always keen to help facilitate trade. So, for example, any companies looking to come from the UK and work with German-speaking countries and far afield as Australia, back to Russia, we're always happy to help facilitate. So, thank you very much for taking the time to come and speak to us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we're now going to ask our next speaker, Jens, to Jens, where are you? Okay, any questions? As always, please pop them in the box. We are running behind time, but we'll endeavour to answer all the questions. So if you have any queries, please put them into the group and then we'll answer them if we can. Okay, if not now, then after. Jens, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. First, I will, it's a greeting from Copenhagen, from Denmark, and I represent organization Russia-Danish Dialogue. And I would first like to thank you, Westminster Russia Forum, very much for this event, because it's the first time we take part, but luckily I have met Nick on several occasions, on very good occasions in Russia sometimes, and I'm very happy to be here. It's very interesting to hear from UK, Germany, and other countries. And what I can do, I can understand, I have only a few minutes to talk. I will firstly introduce our organization. It's called Russia-Danish Dialogue. In Copenhagen, and what we do is basically the same as the Australia-Russia organization and things like that, because we do a lot of things actually, because we think that in Denmark, like in most other Western countries, there is hardly any dialogue. So we would like to promote dialogue on all spheres, everywhere. Be it in culture, business and education and things like that, sports also. So we have done a lot of things. I would like to say that I have listened very attentively to some of the speakers. It's been very interesting, actually. And I can tell you that personally, I have worked as a journalist in Russia some years back. I have worked at the embassy, and I have discussed a lot with politicians. And recently, the last 5-10 years, I worked a lot with business. I've been teaching on a business school, and I also very much go with Danish firms to Russia, because I do speak Russian. I have many years of experience in Russia. My wife is Russian, and I help Danish firms to accommodate in Russia with translation. We have a network of lawyers. We have a network of partners. We have a network of government officials in Russia and things like that. And also we have also some networking in Norway, because Denmark, Norway, Sweden is like a cultural more or less unity. We understand each other's language more or less. And so we do much of the same thing. So I'd also say it's become a little difficult to say something very original here, because a lot of really wise thing has been said here. I'm come up with some comments on my experience with Danish businesses, because I think that what I think was Philip Gudjon, he mentioned this easy to do business. Because my experience, when I take Danish firms to Russia, they are surprised, because it's much easier than we thought to do some trades. We thought it was very difficult, but it's really not very difficult. It's not more difficult than to go to Romania and even some other European Union countries. It's obvious because of, but we also know there's a lot of Russophobia in Danish media also. And what I think is interesting for me to work in business, compare it to politicians, because many Danish politicians, like politicians in America, UK, Germany, and other places also, they very often like to present themselves as the St. George fighting against the dragon, because they are in favor of all the good values. They are in the service of the good against the evil, and the evil, of course, is Putin and Russia. I think it's stupid as it's simplified. I think it's a disgrace to have such very simplistic views on another country. But if you go to business people are very concrete. Business people, I will actually say it's probably the biggest non-governmental organization, because business is very often non-governmental. NGO organizations are not always NGO organizations. Sometimes some NGOs are actually GOs, governmental organizations with a political agenda. But when you talk about business, I think the Danish businessmen, I think I have seen how easy they make friends in Russia, how easy it is to be accommodating, how very quickly we find what in Russian you say common language, общий язык in Russian. And I think it's amazing. I think you can find some hope for the future if you further business, if you strengthen the business links to Russia. So I think some of this, you say peace movement, the most important peace movement might actually be the business movement. I can tell you a story. I'll finish in a short while. I can tell you a story. I think most of you probably know very well-known Danish firm called Lego. They make toys, these small bricks. You can build houses. I played with it when I was a child. They have been in Russia, in Soviet Union, during Stalin, Khrushchev, Brezhnev, Chernenko, Gorbachev, Yeltsin, and Putin. And they're very successful, because I talked to them recently, actually. They said, well, we've done business there. We had personal contacts. And we follow just the politics. We do not do politics there. We have very close relations, and trust is very important if you engage in business. So I think it's to put it briefly, I can see my 5 minutes is running out now. But I think there's a lot of possibilities, and I would very much like to cooperate with many of you here, because I can hear that I have very much a lot in common with many of those who have made presentations here. So I've been looking forward to being in contact with many of you. Well, I think what's I think it's my time. So I would say thank you very much indeed. I'm looking forward to cooperating with many of you as possible. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. It's also great to see your colleague and a friend here, Fleming. Hi, Fleming.
Yeah.
So, okay, well, thank you very much. Yes, great insight. And it's now, we've got two final speakers left. I'd like to now introduce Philip, who spoke earlier on today. He's deputy chairman of the Westminster Russia Forum, but also chair, of course, of the director of Volga Trader. So, Philip, you have up to 5 minutes. 1 second. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. The topic is the mid and long-term prospects for the Russian economy, and I will address that specifically. In 1945, Perón was elected in Argentina. He nationalized foreign-owned industries, and he put up protective barriers against trade. Since then, Argentina has dwindled away from one of the top 10 economies in the world to insignificance. There is no absolute decline, simply a failure to grow. And I think Russia, for slightly different reasons, is in danger of becoming Argentina. It's not inevitable, but we will have to look, for example, at the imprisonment of Michael Calvi, the director of Bering Vostok, the biggest single foreign investor in Russia. Calvi spent 18 months in jail or under house arrest for an offense which would have been a civil dispute in any other country. And in fact, in the end, it was not brought to court and there was no sentence. That said, it is not impossible, because Bering Vostok is just about to launch a 200 million investment fund to add to the 3.7 billion it already manages for investment in Russia. And a few weeks ago, Ozone, the Russian equivalent of Amazon, or a Russian equivalent of Amazon, floated very successfully on the UK stock market. So despite all the difficulty here, the appetite for investment does continue. So the medium term and long term is not necessarily Argentina. The opportunities are still in play. But nevertheless, locking up your leading foreign investors is not a good idea. So let's look at the Russian strengths that might lead to trade and investment opportunities in, shall we say, the medium and the long term. I have here a list: nuclear, space, grain and oilseed, meat, and getting to something a little bit more obscure, vertical farming and waste management. I'll touch on all of these. In nuclear, Russia a few years ago bid for the Wilver and Hinkley Point power stations in conjunction with Chinese and French partners. Both those power stations projects have now closed and will be rebid. Maybe there's an opportunity for cooperation. Certainly in the longer term, thorium reactors are a way forward to the future, and we both have important contributions to make there. On space, while the UK is proposing spaceports in Scotland and in Wales in Port Talbot, Russia is supreme in launch vehicles, and as we all know, the UK is planning its own new space program. Grain and oilseed, meat and vertical farming, I will talk about a little bit more length. If you visit a Russian farm, you will see great long white tubes on the ground. These are full of grain. These are, once the rats and the birds understand what's in there. They get attacked, they get open, the moisture gets in, and the grain decays. Russia is short of storage for grain on the farms. It's short of transport to get the grain to the ports, and it's short of port capacity. It's not even exploring its market potential fully either. But come back to the port capacity. You know, I have a client who wants to modernize a port on the Volga to become a completely specialist port dealing with grain and only grain for shipping for export, not to the traditional Middle Eastern markets, but to European markets. The investment atmosphere is not conducive now to making that happen. Good, improved relations could make that happen, and that kind of project would give Russia, in the medium term, a route other than Argentina's. Then there's meat. At the moment, we have a client who is interested in bandsaws for processing meat, cutting up the meat. And this is a huge industry currently expanding in Russia. Nick is looking at me. Is the time? Am I running out of time?
You are. Yeah, you are indeed. Bear in mind, we can distribute anything after, but today is the helicopter. Yeah. But, yeah.
Okay. So meat is another industry where Russia is now in a poised to export in large quantities. There will be continued opportunities in building farms and in building slaughterhouses, and the equipment opportunities and buying opportunities. The final point, I have many more, but final point, Russia's food standards are the Eurasian Economic Union's food standards are harmonized with those of the EU, not the US. Any EU country or post-EU country, such as the UK, will be able to buy from Russia without encountering problems with GMOs, hormone-fed beef, and all the other agricultural practices that raise doubts in some consumers' minds about importing food from the US. And that is something which has not got on the British agenda yet for the post-Brexit era, but is something we ought to consider because it gives us negotiating strength for the US. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Philip. Good man. Thank you very much. And as I say, we will absolutely be sharing information after this program. We have one final speaker on this panel, and then we're handing over to Ben for the legal panel. Kirill, are you online? We're going live to Minsk.
Yes, Nicholas, I'm here.
Great. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of such a diverse audience. Despite I'm in my home country, which is Belarus at the moment, I based in the UK, and for the last 7 years, I ran Bermudian specialist ILS reinsurance company called Phoenix Sea Retro. I may be wrong, but seems to be that I'm the only representative of insurance sector in this company, which makes it twice more exciting for the opportunity to speak. And I will be I'll try to be as short as possible, especially as I have some links to send for those who may be interested in what we are trying to promote. So first of all, I think that in terms of insurance, current period represent two major challenges for the British-Russian cooperation. First one is Brexit itself, which is an important bit for the financial services in the UK and for determination of its own policy towards international partners. And second one is some tectonic changes on the Russian insurance market, whereby under WTO joining framework, by August next year, Russia will be allowing operations of foreign insurance companies, foreign insurance companies branches to operate in the country, which is definitely going to change the whole pattern of insurance services in the country. However, The key point we are trying to reiterate, and that is one of the cooperation activities which we have with United Nations Development Program for IKIS region. IKIS is a UN classification comprising former Soviet Union, Turkey, and Western Balkans, who are not members of European Union, is a promotion of some comprehensive instruments alternative to insurance in order to resolve a question of sovereign disaster risk finance problem. And the issue that for the 30 years of independent development, insurance has not become a serious instrument macroeconomically, neither in former Soviet Union countries nor in Russia. But being the largest country in the world by territory, definitely Russia is exposed to all sorts of natural disasters. And there must be some instruments which are existing in other parts of the world and have quite a lot of success stories where countries use some forms of disaster risk transfer in the form of parametric sovereign catastrophic bonds issuance. It is not a rocket science. Any country which already borrowing money internationally can issue catastrophe bonds, because catastrophe bonds is not different to Euro bonds when you're borrowing the money. And the point is that the expertise and the experience which Bermuda and London got on this issue could be really helpful and allow to convert into a very serious macroeconomical instrument with regards to disaster risk transfer. Interestingly enough, when we started our cooperation, we always treated Russia as a separate market to the region because of its size and because of its complexity in terms of different disasters. But actually, Westminster Russia Forum was one of the first organizations actually made public one of our articles. I think it was 2 or 3 years ago. I will bring a link to this in the chat, as well as a link to our webpage explaining this program. As I mentioned, this is quite a successful program, which is developed in cooperation with United Nations Development Program. And I really hope that with Brexit, with changing on the Russian insurance market, therefore attitude to insurance from the governmental agencies, there might be an opportunity to look into insurance-linked securities as a unique, uncorrelated class, asset class, which proved its effectiveness and proved its uncorrelation during COVID-19 turmoils on the stock markets, which in turn a repetition of the same situation of other financial crises, because this asset class is probably the only asset class in the world which has absolutely no correlation to other macroeconomical cycles. The only thing ILS is looking for is statistics and the fact of particular natural disasters happening. I think that's it in order to save everybody's time, and many thanks for opportunity to speak, Nicholas. And as mentioned, I will drop a couple of links into the chat, so those who may be interested, welcome to reach me out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kirill. And it's great, thank you very much indeed. And it's always a great pleasure to work with you. We've had apologies this afternoon from our final speaker of the day, Anton Samolenko, who is Deputy Chair of the Siberian Lights Group and National Civil Committee of Russia. I have the pleasure to sit on a number of these on both organizations and work with Anton. So I will just very quickly read a few comments. So this is direct from Anton, and he sends his best regards. The National Civil Committee is a public holding which includes the National Fund for Public Recognition, the independent organization which supports civil society, abbreviated as Civil Society. The National Civil Committee also supports law enforcement, legislative and judicial authorities, as well as a social and political magazine recognition. The National Civil Committee also runs the Interregional Centre for Social information programs within Russia, and supports veterans organizations. The objectives of the National Civil Committee are as follows: the development of the civil society institutions, formation of institutions and higher civic awards, and to foster greater cooperation for law enforcement, legislation, judicial authorities, and link that very much with the development of civil society. Right, so I'm very pleased to say that, sorry. Okay, so the high civil awards, the Westminster Russia Forum was delighted over the last 3 years to have partnered with Anton and his organization to award a number of high civil awards, which we've postponed for this year because of the obvious issues of COVID. But we are absolutely going to be looking at it again next year. These are public recognition awards, which have been awarded to some 20 to 25 individuals here in the UK, and includes a number of medals, badges, and civil diplomas. Okay, sorry, I'm just popping through. So salient points.
I think we got the idea.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Siberian Alliance Group, of which we'll share the link, is a major holding organization within Russia that covers a whole bunch of organizations, including, aviation, investments, infrastructure. They have a business center called VIP 35 in Moscow. So they're a great partner, and we will be sharing information about both organizations after the event. Now, I think we've heard enough of me rabbiting on all afternoon. It's a great pleasure to now pass over directly to Ben, who will lead our next panel. And apologies to everybody. Well, firstly, thanks very much to all of our great panelists. We've had a great afternoon so far. The conference has been awesome. And it's a great pleasure now to introduce Ben Wells, who I will ask to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
And Ben, you're now the host.
Fantastic. Thank you, Nick. I hope that you can hear me okay.
Absolutely.
Brilliant. So my name is Ben Wells, and I'm a partner at Candy Law Firm in London, which is a litigation boutique dealing predominantly with disputes emanating from Russia and the wider former Soviet Union. I'm also the chairman of RUSFOR, which is the Russian-speaking lawyers forum. And I'm very pleased to be here today with big thanks to the WRF. This is a conference we've been involved in since the beginning, and we always enjoy playing our parts in doing the legal panel. We've got a diverse range of speakers for you today, from places such as Germany, Austria, Russia, and also London, covering a really good range of topics, which we hope will be interesting to our attendees today. What I will do, as we are very short for time and everyone has 5 minutes for their presentation, I'm going to run through the speakers in the order which they're going to go in and introduce them before passing the floor over to them. So our first speaker is Dmitry Zapol of IFS Consultants Limited. He's an international tax and business advisor. He routinely advises high net worth clients in connection with international relocation, and he's a leading expert on tax matters for UK Tier 1 investors. He also advises on the creation of complex international holding structures. Next, we have James Collins of Candy Law Firm in London, who's an accomplished solicitor advocate advising clients on complex and high-value commercial disputes, usually on proceedings brought in both the English High Court and in international arbitral proceedings. Thirdly is Yuri Batyuk of Candy, and he's a specialist in complex cross-border litigation arbitration. A few of the actions which he deals with range from fraud claims through to shareholder disputes, partnership disputes, foreign law claims, enforcing foreign judgments, construction disputes, actions for and against directors, breach of contract, tort, and insolvency. Further, we have Markus Stender of SDH Attorneys in Austria. He is the General Secretary of the Austrian-Russian Friendship Association. He's also a founder and partner of SDH, set up in 1995 and based in Vienna, and he's been advising Russian entrepreneurs for almost 30 years. Sergei Ermin of Herbert Smith in Russia has significant experience in matters relating to sanctions introduced against Russia due to the Ukrainian crisis. as well as sanctions against Iran. And Sergei works with anti-corruption and anti-bribery matters. And last but not least, Andreas Knau of Radil Partner and his colleague Alexei Fedorvyaka, head of procedural law departments. And Andreas has been involved in business in Russia since 1993. He advises on foreign and German medium-sized enterprises in entering into the Russian markets with a particular focus on international acquisitions. His practice very much focused on corporate law, mergers and acquisitions, and antitrust. So I am just going to pass over the floor to Dimitri now, and I am unmuting you, and hopefully you will be able to take the floor.
Ben, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Pleasure speaking to you all. I've named my topic as challenges and opportunities for overseas investors in the UK. And before Ben passed the floor to me, I was looking at the names in the participants list, seeing how many foreign investors there are judged by names. And there are, I would say, 50-50 or so, because those who are in the UK perhaps don't need telling how great the UK is. Now, I've had the unique opportunity to advise entrepreneurial clients who were willing to move to the UK or to invest here in the past 10 or 11 years. It has been absolute pleasure to see the gradual change in attitudes. I would say in the beginning, most Russian businessmen and investors would treat the UK as a posh jurisdiction where they would create a front company to trade through the UK and not pay any taxes here, with very small numbers of them actually coming here and basing the businesses here. However, in the past 5 or 6 years, we have seen people really relocating here, really starting businesses and, well, getting ready to properly pay taxes here. And I think quite erroneously, the UK is considered a high tax and very complicated country to operate in. And I think it's quite a wrong perception, because I have always an opportunity to consider the costs of running a business from the UK with all the major jurisdictions. I won't even mention Cyprus or Malta, but also Luxembourg, Netherlands, and other typical holding countries, even Ireland. And I would say that the UK is consistently coming as perhaps one of the cheapest business from. With regards to other challenges, obviously, now all the clients need to be absolutely transparent with regards to their sources of funds, with regards to their intentions, and of course with their preparedness to pay taxes to the full extent. But of course the UK is not alone here. If you're looking to create a business anywhere else in the world, you must of course observe anti-money laundering rules and local customs. And let me tell you, on the one hand, the UK tax code is Byzantine in proportions. It is, if you put the books together, it's literally this long. But on the other hand, if you're operating strictly within the ambit of the law, if you know exactly what you're doing, you will never feel the wrong end of it, and if essentially you will not be penalized. The fact that English companies are operating under English law, which is the golden standard, I guess, in the world of legislation, the world, is of course a great help. And my colleagues will talk about the application of English law to businesses a bit later. But let me tell you this, the UK is almost like an offshore. Of course, on the one hand, we have a reasonably high corporation tax rate of 19%. But how high is it? It is only higher than the corporation tax rate in Cyprus or in Malta. But on the other hand, it's significantly lower than in all the other developed countries in the European Union. The UK has perhaps one of the largest networks of double tax treaties. And even though with Brexit, UK's involvement in various European tax directives will be limited, thanks to our huge network of over 130 treaties, it is absolutely possible to continue receiving foreign source income in the UK tax-free. There's a very good reason why UK companies are so much loved by foreign investors. For the simple reason that if you float a UK company here, or if you're selling UK company shares, or if you're paying dividends out of the UK, you do not have to pay taxes. Absolutely legally, this is just the way the UK system is operating. And we have seen in the past foreign traders using UK agency arrangements and partnerships. And guess what? These arrangements are still working, of course, provided that they are properly orchestrated and all the agreements are done in their proper way. Last but not least, we have to, of course, consider the individuals coming to the UK. And there's big debate about whether the investment visa program should continue. I'm very much in favor of this program continuing, because such individuals coming to the UK, spending the money here, paying a value-added tax here, are creating jobs and they are creating companies here. And yes, of course, they've got unique opportunities not to pay tax on the income that they're not bringing in the UK under the remittance basis and the non-domicile tax rules. But nevertheless, I think it is still advantage for them to come here and organize businesses here and ultimately develop the economy. Last but not least, I think Brexit is presenting a great opportunity for the UK, and hopefully it will become what once called Singapore on Thames. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you very much, Dimitri. That was really interesting, and let's hope that that investment does continue into the UK for a long period to come. I'm going to pass over now to James, who is going to cover new developments with regard to the London Court of International Arbitration rules. James, to you.
Ben, thanks very much, and hello everybody. Very nice to be here. I'm just going to talk a little bit about some of the key changes that I've picked up on in the latest iteration of the LCIA rules, which came into force on the 1st of October 2020. We at Candy are currently dealing with a number of disputes which engage the LCIA rules, and we see a lot of commercial contracts for our Russian clients which provide for the resolution of disputes in accordance with the LCIA rules, which are in effect at the time of the arbitration. And so with that in mind, it's highly topical for Russian users of English-seated LCIA arbitration procedures as to what the new rules actually do for you. The first point I've picked up on is expedition of proceedings. So there's an express provision now in the rules which grant the tribunal the power to make an early determination and dismiss any claim or defence which is manifestly without merit or is inadmissible or is outside the tribunal's jurisdiction. Now, for English lawyers, that looks like what we call a summary judgment type procedure, which really can be extremely useful in practice. The classic example would be if you've got a simple debt action, you've lent money out, it's not been repaid, and you've got a very straightforward claim where there is no substantive defence. These rules will enable you to go to the tribunal and seek expedition to get a quick judgment in your favour and not be involved in protracted proceedings. The second point I've picked up on is that the LCIA is now encouraging composite requests. We deal with a lot of cases where there are lots of connected contracts. There might be a suite of transaction documents or a chain of supply agreements, for example. And the typical position is you might have to say 3 or 4 claims. You need to commence 3 or 4 separate arbitrations. What the rules now recognise is that you can file one arbitration in respect of connected disputes under multiple contracts. So what we should see is that that's going to streamline proceedings, save costs and expense for the client, and it will mean that you're not having to then embark on commencing multiple claims, which you then have to seek to consolidate across multiple tribunals into one. A third point is on the timing of awards. So the rules now note that the tribunal should endeavour to issue their final award no later than 3 months following the last written or oral submission made during the proceedings. I think this is a positive step because although it's not mandating it happens in that time, in practice, I've had a number of cases where the final award can take as long as even 9 to 12 months to emerge. And it can be frustrating for the lawyers and of course frustrating for the clients who want to know more swiftly when things are going to move forward and that there will be a definitive resolution. So I would hope that this provision will further incentivise arbitrators to do what arbitration says it does on the tin and provide an expedient method for resolution of disputes. A number of the changes that I've picked up on show that the LCIA appears to be very keen to become more time effective in the way that it administers disputes. It's become marginally less cost effective, which is my fourth point on costs, in the sense that the fees for filing a request for arbitration have crept up slightly from £1,750 to £1,950, and the maximum hourly rate that a tribunal member can charge, typically you have a sole arbitrator or a panel of 3 arbitrators, depending on what the clause says in the contract, that's gone up slightly from £450 to £500 an hour. So, I mean, bringing an LCIA claim is still a lot cheaper at the get-go than it might be, say, in English High Court proceedings. where the filing fee is £10,000 if your case is worth in excess of £200,000, for example. But what I would urge is that people bear in mind that the advances that need to be paid during the course of an arbitration can be quite costly. In the cases that we're doing, we've seen several instances where the advances can rack up to low six-figure sums relatively quickly, and they're paid in advances in chunks as the case goes on. And so it's important that if you're a client, that you factor that into your litigation budget, your arbitration budget, because it's not just the initial filing fee that you need to factor in. So that's just a very quick canter through some of the key changes I've picked up onto the rules. They ultimately seem to be driving at making the rules more streamlined and clear and adaptable. And fingers crossed that arbitration users confirm that they've succeeded in that endeavour in the coming months when they are utilised in ongoing arbitration cases. Back to you, Ben.
Great, thank you very much, James. Some interesting developments there, and we'll have to see how they play out with regard to arbitrations going forward within the London Courts of International Arbitration. I'm now going to pass over to Yuri, who's going to cover privilege in English law and some recent developments there. Over to you, Yuri.
Thanks, Ben. Afternoon, everyone. And I'm going to discuss the English law of privilege, keeping things secret. This comes up because English law, sometimes to the surprise of clients, has a very open tradition as to disclosure. So it can come as a shock to people that you need to tell the other side all the nasty things you are doing, and they're entitled to find out about that through the disclosure process. They can root through all of your emails and all of that fun stuff that you didn't think anyone would see. Now, there's another issue that comes up is a lot of people say, well, hold on, I want to be able to talk to my lawyer and not have anybody see that. And that's basically what the concept of privilege is. It's as old as English law almost, that you should be able to speak and get legal advice on matters and not have to disclose those communications. And it's protecting those communications from being disclosed. I'll just do a quick canter through the main areas of privilege, which is legal professional privilege. Then there's some subsets of joint privilege, common interest, privilege against self-incrimination, and without prejudice privilege. For legal professional privilege, there's basically two categories: legal advice privilege and litigation privilege, which also applies to arbitration privilege. In essence, they do what they say on the tin. If one is giving or receiving legal advice, then that is covered by legal advice privilege. Litigation privilege protects communications in relation to disputes, and it's about the concept or issue of a dispute. The dispute does not have to have been started. Some very clever people thought, if I copy my lawyer into every email I ever send, hey, that probably makes it privileged and I never need to show anybody anything. Unfortunately, that's not true. It also is, liked by lawyers because they don't have to read every email that everybody sends. There's a dominant purpose test. Is this really legal advice, or did you just CC your head of legal in on an email? As with everything in English law, everything is decided on a case-by-case basis. So these are just kind of general overview points that we're making. But the key things to keep in mind are, who is the client, who is actually receiving the advice. The challenge with privilege is it can be waived, and that if you start disseminating what was privileged and secret information very widely, it loses that protection. So care needs to be taken as to whom you are sharing the information with. And at the same time, it's a kind of a class right. So you have to be very careful in terms of when you disclose information or items, because you can, a partial waiver or setting out some privileged information can lead to the loss of the entirety of privilege. But the main purpose here is that if it's genuine legal advice that is being sought, then that should be covered by privilege. And it's whether the dominant purpose of the communication has privilege. And that can lead into some very fun work in PDFs where you are redacting certain portions of emails and leaving other stuff unredacted, blocking out. But the entire concept is to try to be able to protect information. A subset of issues that then comes up is who is a lawyer? And we've just recently had a very good decision for international lawyers, is that the law of privilege which applies isn't the law of privilege in their home country. So in Russia, advocates have advocates privilege, but most lawyers who aren't advocates don't get privilege protection in Russia. However, the English court said that's very interesting, but in England, English privilege rules apply, and they apply internationally. So if you're an in-house lawyer in Russia, your communications are covered by that English legal privilege. And so that has been very positive for our for all of our clients who often have a lot of Russian underpinnings to their work. And everybody, I'm sure on this panel, is aware of that. Litigation privilege, again, it does what it says on the tin. If there's a dispute, you don't need to show anybody anything. I'm sure that common interest privilege, that's when you may be co-defendants or have a similar event that is you're working on. And I've just run out of time. So let me sum up by saying, privilege is very important. Privilege keeps secret, secret, secret. And as long as you think rationally and don't tell everyone your secrets, they'll stay secret. Thanks. Back to you, Ben.
Great. Thank you very much, Yuri. That was good news for lawyers abroad now being recognized as privileged information, despite what their status might be in their home country. And I think that's a good clarification for our clients and very helpful going forward. I'm just going to pass over to Marcus now, who's going to discuss EU's foreign direct investment screening regulation and its impact on investments from Russia. Over to you, please, Marcus.
Thank you very much, Ben. Здравствуйте and hello to everybody. It's a big honor to be on the panel, and thank you for the invitation to hold the quick speech. You already introduced my function, me and my functions. Briefly, the Austrian-Russian Friendship Society or Association. It's one of the biggest NGO associations in Austria, gathering roughly 5,000 members from Russia and Austria. And we are focusing on networking, on business culture and education. For any further information, please, I want to refer you to our website. Having said this, I will try to give an overview of the EU foreign direct investment screening regulation, operational since October 2020. With the view on Brexit, I'd like to say that probably the National Security and Investment Bill, which is on the way in the UK, would be a similar regulation in the UK. Okay, the key aspects to come to the point of the new regime of the foreign direct investment regulation is, in summary, a list of areas in which foreign direct investments, and I will use FDI to be quicker, may cause concerns, which are foreign direct investments in critical infrastructure and sensitive facilities, and the establishment of a cooperation mechanism between the Commission and Member States for the exchange of information and comments on FDI in Member States. And importantly, opinions by the Commission on the planned or completed FDI that might threaten national security or public order. So we've got two terms which are critical infrastructure and sensitive facilities, which are not precisely defined in the new EU FDI regulation. Currently, it seems that almost every transaction could or would need a pre-FDI assessment. So which areas and industry would be classified as critical infrastructure and therefore be subject to FDI approval procedures? These are mainly investments in critical infrastructure, critical technologies, disapplied critical imports, such as energy or raw materials, access to sensitive information or the ability to control information, or the freedom and pluralism of the media. Important to mention is the fact that the final decision on whether or not to clear or block the foreign investment remains with the member states undertaking the screening. The regulation itself captures investments of any kind made by a foreign investor, and maybe I have to add, the foreign investor is investor from outside the EU and outside of Switzerland and Liechtenstein, to be precise. So investments made by a foreign investor aiming to establish or maintain lasting and direct links with the relevant entrepreneur or undertaking in order to carry on an economic activity in a member state, including investments which enable effective participation in the management, you see, not only equity, or control of a company carrying out an economic activity. Significantly, there are no threshold tests. For instance, the value of investment or share acquisition percentage for a transaction. As noted above, interventions under the regulations are limited to transactions which are likely to affect member state security or public order. However, the types of transactions which are most likely to be caught are broad. There are areas which fall under a screening may be determined in more detail by the member states themselves. To give you an example, and I have to look, well, I've got 2 minutes. I would give you the example how broad the list is in the Austrian regulation on FDI. I will not read out to you, it's 34 areas, and I dare to say I'm only missing breweries. Anything else might be under FDI screening. So hardly any sector is excluded. What is the effect and impact on that? Russia invested in 2018, these are the latest figures published by the EU, invested in the EU 89.3 billion euro. Now you can imagine as consultant or investor what it means when now nearly every investment is to be screened. And this is quite a harsh process you have to go through. That means for advisors, investors, the parties now will need to consider potential EU and national intervention at the early stages of a transaction. This includes how to engage proactively with governments and regulatories. You have to appropriately draft conditions precedents in your contracts and corporations. And I could give you a list of 20, 30 impacts if time would allow, but it does not. To finish that, I advise everybody, being a lawyer, being an investor, being a consultant, don't forget to look into the FDI regulation of the member state in which you or your client wants to invest. This is going to be a really, really interesting development for the next couple of years. I hope I didn't take too much of your time. Thank you very much for your attention and again for inviting me to this esteemed panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marcus. And I have to say that's really useful. We know who to go to if we need to invest into the EU. And this potentially could be useful not just to Russian investors, but maybe also to English investors as we're coming out of the European Union. So that's a really helpful talk.
After Brexit, you're probably right. Thank you very much, Ben.
Thank you. I'm going to pass over now to Sergey, who's going to discuss sanctions. Over to Sergey. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben, and good evening, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on this forum. My topic today is on sanctions, how they affect the twisted links between our countries, between Russia, the EU, and the US. Since the sanctions have been introduced in Russia in 2014, many things have changed. So when first introduced, they were kind of shocked. Now Russian business has used to work under this pressure. At the same time, it appeared that while the first immediate reaction of the international investors was that Russia is kind of no-go jurisdiction subject to the sanctions, same as Iran and some other countries of the kind, it appeared that it works a bit different. So now what we see on our M&A deals we're doing as a firm and what we see on the market more kind of globally, several important observations should be taken into account when thinking of how sanctions affect doing business in Russia. So first, the immediate reaction of many sovereign investment funds and many global investors that sanctions affect more or less every sphere of Russian business and restrict investments into more or less every sphere of Russian business appear to be globally incorrect. So sanctions imposed on Russia are very limited in their reach and apply to certain economic areas within certain limited circumstances. And in most of the cases you will think of when investing into Russia, sanctions would not preclude you from doing the investment. The second thing is that the investors considering investing into Russia would need to make sure they have proper procedures in place in order to procure that sanctions compliance is carried out in a proper manner in their respective jurisdictions. This is a kind of obvious thing which interestingly does not play out every time when we see the investment structures. Now, another thing here is that it's not necessarily the Russia-related sanctions which you may need to think of. Just to give you an example, American sanctions against Iran have recently affected a joint venture between the Canadian entity TK and the Chinese shipping carrier COSCO, who were constructing LNG tankers for Arctic LNG II, which is a Russian liquefied natural gas huge, very large facility. So nobody expected that a company within the COSCO group, which was involved into carrying of Iranian oil and for this particular reason was subject to sanctions, would be a parent to the joint venture with TK, a Canadian entity. So the American regulator, the OFAC, and COSCO had to liaise in order to solve this and in order to sort this out. And I must say that Canada was very much upset about that because it was the first situation where the American sanctions directly hit on Canadian industry. Now it brings us to probably the final consideration, which is very important, to consider. Sanctions is something with which you can work. So COSCO managed to spin off the subsidiary which was brought to sanctions. Mr. Deripaska managed to get one of his main assets, his aluminum business, out of the sanctions. So it's not unmanageable, it's manageable. But again, it's not a matter of structuring around sanctions. It's not a matter of cheating. It's a matter of very transparent, direct, and clear communication with the regulators. And if you are open to them, if you communicate with them properly, you probably would be able to succeed and work even under the sanctions pressure, which is to which Russia is subject now. So over to you, Ben. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Sergey. And next we're going to pass over to Andreas. Andreas, over
yes. to you. Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Nicholas, for the invitation. I can continue seamlessly with everything my pre-speakers have said. Especially, I would like to start at the beginning, Philip Owen, who spoke about trust is the key. This is really the basis for every business, especially in Russia. And my subject, Know Your Customer, is all about trust. How you can build trust is a procedure I would like briefly to introduce to you, which is known as Know Your Customer, and which is a procedure which was developed in the framework of compliance procedures in the legislation of anti-money laundering, which was mentioned by Dimitri. We also heard about disclosure requirements or disclosure protection, and screening was mentioned, and sanctions. So in the age of sanctions, if you want to deal with somebody in Russia, the first question you have to ask yourself, is it safe to deal with that person from a sanction point of view? But moreover that, if you find out that you're not on a sanction list, you want to know if that customer or partner of yours is reliable. And there we have developed procedures which can help you assess this risk. You want to reduce economic risk and deal with somebody you don't know beforehand, and tax safety for your company securing evidence of due care and good faith has to be delivered. So these are the principles. And then you can go into research. Some people do this on their own. There are publicly available databases like nalog.ru in Russia, Spark Interfax and others. Also, there's a several service for financial monitoring in Russia, which you can assess from publicly available resources. But there are also other sources you can touch upon. What we usually offer our clients is a mix of research on publicly available resources and some detective work. And in the end, we produce a report which says, yes, this person is on no sanction list. It has always paid its taxes. It usually pays its customers or partners. And then you will decide if you want to do business with this person. But if things don't work that way, and if all falls apart, then you go into litigation. And contrary to public or prejudice, Russian litigation is quite reliable. But if you have no chance to go into Russian litigation, you can always try some other national litigation, especially arbitration. But then the question is, how do you enforce these judgments? And my colleague, Alexei Fedoriako, who is head of the litigation team, will say a few words about the enforcement of judgments in Russia. Alexei, I hand over to you if Ben agrees.
Hello, dear colleagues. Thank you, Andreas, for your invitation, and thank you, Ben, for the opportunity to have to present my speech before you. And my topic is about the enforcement of foreign court judgments and special aspects regarding enforcement of judgments of British courts. First of all, it seems that this problem is not so close to business if everything goes in a positive way. But when you face problems, then this matter became one of the most important. Why it is important to know for you? First of all, when you're choosing a contractual partner, for example, you are making a contractor check, or you choosing, or you are checking the information from the sanctions list. Second, when you're entering into a contract or you're formulating a contract terms and conditions. Third, it's important to know when you're performing a contract for example, you suspend the performance, ask the additional guarantees, etc. Fourth, it is important to know when you are settling a dispute out of the court. And finally, it's very important when you are filing a statement of claim, or in case of debt recovery, when the property is located in Russia. Recognition is a precondition for enforcement of foreign court judgments. And there are three grounds for recognition and enforcement. For arbitral awards, it's a New York Convention adopted by the United Nations. And for the judgments of state courts, the ground is a bilateral international treaty, usually called judicial assistance in civil cases. But if you have no, if your country has no such international treaty with the Russian Federation, then you can rely upon only the principle of reciprocity. So you can, everybody can divide several groups of or types of recognition and enforcement systems. First, if there is an international treaty between Russian Federation and the foreign state, then the recognition is required, but usually there is no problem in recognition. The problem begins when the international treaty, when there is no international treaty between the Russian Federation and your state. In this matter, you can rely only on the principle of reciprocity. And as in most, more often, the court judgments are not recognized. But there is one exception, and it's Great Britain. In this situation, more often, even without any bilateral treaties, court judgments of Great Britain could be recognized in Russia. And a few words about the proceedings of enforcement. First, you're filing a petition with a certified and translated judgment. Second, there are public proceedings, but without without the merits. So the court has no power to consider the essence of the dispute. That's very important. Third, you have a decree on enforcement, and then after that, the court issues an enforcement order. With this order, you can go straight to the bank and collect the money. Now, a few words about the legal grounds for refusal of enforcement. Some grounds are very famous and plain. For example, the foreign court judgment must come into effect. The company, the party, must be properly notified about the judicial process, and so on. And a few words about the most interesting grounds for refusal of enforcement. First of all, if your judgment will not be enforced if the dispute lies within the exclusive competence of the Russian courts. For example, the dispute deals with real estate in Russia, or registration actions in Russia, insolvency, and sanctions. Another interesting grounds for refusal is when the enforcement of court judgment conflicts with the public order of the Russian Federation. So it's a strict rules which must be enforceable anytime, and if your judgment conflicts these rules, then the judgment will not be enforced. And about a few words about the sanctions which were described. This question was is very new, and in the middle of June this year, there were changes in the legislation, according to which all Russian courts of arbitration have exclusive competence if the dispute involves person which was put under sanctions of foreign state. So if you are making contract with entering contract with such person, you must know that the foreign judgment which was rendered in your country will not be enforced in Russia. So you must go straight to the Russian court. And some special aspects regarding the enforcement of judgments of British courts in Russia. As I have told, Russia has no bilateral treaties with Great Britain, but in spite of this fact, most of the judgments of British courts in specific areas could be enforced. It is interesting to know that the Russian courts usually adopt the opinion of distinguished legal scientists from Great Britain as the evidence for enforcing the judgments of Great Britain. And a few words about the types of disputes with positive recognition practice of British courts. The disputes deals with debt recovery under the contracts and intellectual property. Thank you, Ben, for the opportunity to present my speech. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Andreas and Alexei. That was absolutely brilliant. And I thank all of the attendees and the speakers for keeping to their time as well. It was a very impressive canter through many subjects. Happily pass over to the WRF now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for this legal panel and speakers. Since I'm not an expert, I might not fully be capable of appreciating all you said, but I can hear that we are two experts are speaking here. So thank you very much for that. And with that in mind, I would start or share my closing remarks of this conference with Nick. Your Excellency, distinguished speakers and guests, as the representative for European relations of the Westminster Russia Forum, I'd like to thank you for your time, which is very much appreciated, especially in these times. I'm especially proud that we succeeded in having so many speakers from so many European countries, expert speakers here on board on our conference, contributing to the high quality of our conference. Their preparedness to speak here and to speak with each other is a true example of how good ties can really be fostered. And I think we need to lead by example to make a change. And that is basically the mission of the Westminster Russia Forum. And with that, I would give over to Nick, the chair of the Westminster Russia Forum. And Nick, you have the floor is yours.
Thanks, Miriam. And thanks to Ben and also to the legal panel. I come from a legal family, but I didn't follow my family into the law, so it sort of goes over my head a little. So you never know, one day I may be contracting those services. So, but thanks very much, guys. Very interesting. Miriam, thank you as well for your closing comments there. I would just like to echo what you said there in terms of how basically there are very few, if any, platforms like this that combine an international presence. And to come and speak publicly on promoting positive and equitable ties with Russia, specifically from a country like Europe, from UK or Germany or elsewhere, it does take some backbone. And I think I applaud all of those that came here today to send a clear message that our ties go deeper than simply the headlines and nuclear submarines and bears and vodka and Putin and all the other complete stereotypes that seem to persist. We obviously can't do anything about those points. We can't do anything about the Navalny case or the Skripal case or any of those things. And our role really is just to keep the dialogue flowing. And I think it's events like this. I mean, we've had a great attendance today. We've had 170 plus register. At any one time, we've had 60 plus people on. We've live streamed online, 47 speakers, from 12 countries. It really is an amazing feat. And the event has moved from strength to strength. In 5 years, Ben and I think, set up the first one 4 or 5 years ago at Ben's previous firm. And, it's gone from strength to strength. So we are only moving in one direction. And I see the role of the WF very much as a coordinating facilitator for this dialogue, and it's something that I'm very proud of. I have a great team. A number of members of the committee are on board and online today, and I thank them as well. So, just a couple of final comments. We've covered everything today, from sport and culture to trade and into faith ties. And these are the ties that really matter. It isn't what a particular member of the UK Parliament or parliamentary group might think, or what a foreign secretary might think. It's people to people ties that have existed for a millennia, as Michael mentioned earlier. So we've got a lot to work on. We will have a good solid foundation to improve ties, and I think we can. So just a couple of final announcements. As I say, over the next year or so, we're going to be launching the British Russia Public Chamber, the British Russia Club, which is promoting trade. Membership, bearing in mind, is 30% off if you book before the end of the month for next year, and we will be hosting a physical event next year. I believe it's going to be in May. So whilst this is a great format, I'd very much like to meet people face to face, and hopefully we can do that next year. And this evening, of course, we have a light evening tonight. It's dress down, civvies time. Have a glass at home and meet some of the fellow delegates in a more relaxed environment. So that's from 7 p.m. The link is up on the website, and it's also in the group. Now, in terms of follow-ups, I think it's very important that we have some follow-ups to this important event. What we're going to do is, I think we're going to pen a memorandum of understanding of cooperation between all of the groups and all of the partners here today, and forward that round to everybody. Now, anybody that's so inclined can then sign that, and then we can move forward with a united agenda for our next forum next year. But I'd like to thank all of our partners, team for making it happen, Rossotrudnichestvo for making, for really helping with this as well. His Excellency the Ambassador, all of our speakers. We had best wishes from the British Ambassador to Moscow. Yevgeny Primakov also sent his best regards. So we've had terrific support for the event, and I can only see it going one way. And it's you guys that have made the event what it is. And just for the final moment, the cat decides to jump up. But thank you very much, guys. We'll have the event this evening. Any questions that weren't answered, we'll endeavour to answer for you. And if we can be of any assistance, any partnerships, please get in touch. We'd be delighted to help. So thank you very much. Thank you for your time. I wish you all a lovely afternoon, and hopefully see some of you this evening. Many thanks all. Bye-bye. Oh, no, doesn't matter anymore. Cool. Stay on post.